Hi guys, dear chess enthusiasts, dear viewers, dear chess lovers and players. Welcome to the European Chess Championship for Women.
Yeah, we are back to Rhodes, same like last year. European Individual Women Chess Championship has just started. One big event has finished, another one started, typical of chess life. We are here from Rhodes individual championship, many interesting players around. Maybe Dragana, it's a moment that we go to the playing hall a bit.
Yes, this is what the viewers want to see. What's going on in the playing hall? How does it look like? I believe that many of you have followed us even last year and that you are familiar with the view of the playing hall. We have adjusted the cameras, let's say, a little bit so that you can see better and get that feeling. How does it look like? So this is basically the complete playing hall. It is the same as last year. The players were satisfied with the conditions last year, so this year many of them are already familiar, already know where everything is. You know how it is much easier when you come to the hotel and right away you don't have to get familiar where everything is and so on. You just know, aha, I need to be here at that time and so on. So
yeah, many events were staged here. I don't know, like last year, European individual, then schools events, youth events.
We had an open as well, championship.
Yeah, so I believe that you are all, as we mentioned, get used to here, Island Rhodes, and connected with chess. European Club Cup will take place here in October. Yeah, quite, I would say, easygoing atmosphere. Nikos Kalesis and his team, George Mastrokokos, they are doing a really good job in preparing all those things, transfers, playing hall accommodation. So I believe that players are quite focused. We can stroll around the cameras. We will have 9 of them. Besides this beauty camera, this broad view, but also we will try maybe to keep an eye on some other games out of top 9. We have some prominent young players. Last year was a moment of Bodana, she's again here, and also some others like Kesaria, and we will see many youngsters who like to take a chance and get into the limelight, but still I would say that it's a mix. Many players, you could see the games. The game has just started. Stavroula Tsolakidou. Maybe Dragana, it's a moment that we reveal a bit for those who are not checking the players list, who are the, let's say, favorites or top.
Yes, of course, this is the most important question, who will win, and of course we will find out that in 10 days. But the starting rank says that the seed number 1 is Batsiashvili Nino from Georgia. Then we have Teodora from Serbia, Arabidze Meri, Tsolakidou Stavroula as the strongest local player, I would say, from Greece. Wagner Dinara, Javakhishvili, Lela Ushenina, Anna Stefanova, Antoaneta Khotenashvili, Bella, Claudia, and so on. So we have basically world championesses here present as well. And it is interesting to mention that this championship is going to be parallel with the championship title. Yeah,
the World Championship match is starting already started, but let's say officially first move will start in 2 days. Arabidze Meri was the European champion 2 years ago. We have the reigning European champion Ulvia Fatalieva. She is not top rated in terms of ELO rating, but of course she is still one of the favorites for the title.
Do you have a better motivation to win the championship once again, since you've already won it once?
Actually,
right?
yeah,
Defending the title.
that's something which was not common before, and it happened in the European individual open section. Just recently, Matthias Bubam has clinched his second title, which was a bit surprising. That means that many players are around to win this gold medal, and it's not easy to defend. Of course, we will keep eye on Ulvia Fatalieva, and I think that her success was really last year a true game. In Azerbaijan, she was treated like a really
as she should be. Yes.
Yeah. So which is always nice for chess. That chess gets into, as I mentioned, limelight. And she's again here to remind you that many players are trying to get into the World Cup. Mm-hmm. Maybe we can just reveal or remind you about the last championship.
This year we will also have at least 10 spots for the qualifiers, and the standings from last year said that we have 10 players who have already qualified. The top 10, basically: Fatalieva, Buksa Natalia, Javakhishvili, Lela Batsiashvili, Nino, Bulmaga Irina, Mamadzada Gunay, Toncheva Nadia, Tsolakidou Stavroula, Makrachyan Lelit, and Slivichka Alicia.
Yep, so only Buksa Natalia, if I'm not mistaken,
and Mamadzada, I believe.
Yeah, they are not here. All others still, they want to compete for a money prize. We will touch the regulations a bit later. Maybe it's a moment that we check the moves to get the board, and in some, I would say, like a slower pace way, we will touch the regulations a bit and some other stuff. Just to remind you, subscribe to the ECU YouTube channel. You will be able to write in chat, to be notified, and you will be able to vote.
Yes, we will have some interesting polls, and we are actually quite eager to find out how you vote in those. And we'll be here to answer all of your questions.
Yes, exactly. Dragana, your last event was European Club Cup, right?
Yes, in Vrnjačka Banja.
Yeah, and you're here. In the meantime, any tournament, something?
Actually, I played quite a few rapid tournaments in the last month, and it was a bit strange because it feels like I forgot how to move the pieces, but suddenly the third one was the lucky charm, and I started playing a bit better. So I want to play,
Okay, cool. So, maybe some blitz with the players here.
Who knows?
Coaches.
Maybe.
Yeah. I saw some familiar faces. David Shangelia is here again with the Austrian players. So we might try to get some of them to the studio. I believe that there are also some parents, maybe friends here. So we will see who is around a bit later. So let's get the board. So let's see what's going on. First board is Nino Batsiashvili, and as I just mentioned, David Shangelia, who is their coach. We have Georgia versus Austria on the first board. That means that, David probably was preparing his player. So this is some English opening. So let's try to see what was happening here. C4, knight f6, e6, e4. So the point is that after c4, as I was saying before, d4 is the main move if you're playing closed games, but you can also try to transpose. You can try to play c4 and then in some way later to push d4 and to transpose to your main lines. But by playing c4, for example, you can maybe avoid Greenfield Indian, because now this is too late, so your opponent needs to play d5 immediately, and you don't have a pawn on d4, which is usually a target, and white can play several setups like e3, knight f3, e4. So this is the way how you might start to avoid some things. Of course, you need to be prepared against e5, c5, and there are some players who are playing Queen's Gambit and they want to go into Queen's Gambit anyway. So they start to play e6, and then next move d5, but now white can maybe switch to some Catalan, g3, and so on. So some of them want to first play knight f6, and then after knight c3, only then to go e6 to be able to play bishop b4, because there are some players who are playing after e6, d4. They don't play d5, but they are playing knight f6, and they want to go for Bogo or Nimzo Indian, and they're waiting basically for white to play knight c3, knight c3, and only then to play knight f6 and to play bishop b4. But now there is this e4, which is tricky line and quite popular these days. Here after e6, d5 was played, takes, e5. Main move, knight e4. Also is possible to play something else. After cd, ed, e5, it's possible to play this d4 immediately. But here after e5, black went for knight e4, knight f3, and this is also typical. You have this kind of position in many lines. Maybe it's a moment that we check this, Dragana. If you see anything in chat, or or for example regarding this position, you can always interrupt me. No worries for that. So I'm curious to see when was this played last time. This line in this first board. You can check this while I'm cruising to some other games. We have Kirtadze versus Injac, Georgia versus Serbia this time.
And I just have to mention that it's very interesting when you go to chess results and when you see the pairings, the first three tables are Georgian players. So I believe that this is a feast for the Georgian fans, basically.
And how about statistics besides Greece?
Yeah, Greece of course has the most players. Then we have players from Poland, 13 ladies being here representing their country, and then we have Georgia with 10. And so after them we have Armenian players, 9 ladies are here, and Azerbaijan with 8. So these are the most representatives from the countries, I would say.
Got it. Yeah, so some countries are really eager to participate. Yeah, Georgian group is quite big, and they are here, and they have mix of top players and some youngsters. How old is Anastasia Kirtadze?
I will tell you in a second. She is 16?
15 or 16. Okay, very young player. She's playing versus Teodora Injac. Teodora is, I would say, in a very good shape, and she's playing around the globe. I recall being even in Singapore and some other open tournaments, and she has increased her rating. Regarding career high, I believe that Teodora is now sitting at her best rating.
I believe so as well.
I think this is her peak rating.
Peak rating would be in January this year, actually.
Yeah, but around this, probably 24-50 or something like that. So I believe that she's in a really, really good shape.
Yes, she has basically been playing quite well throughout the past years. She is definitely currently the best Serbian representative, so we have a lot to expect from her. And I hope that we will get her in the studio.
Yeah, we can get the camera on the second board full screen that you will see how they are doing. And I think, Dragana, a useful info would be that we check her activity. So I believe that regarding rating periods, that Teodora was playing quite a lot. Okay, each period she's playing a few games at least.
Yeah.
I think you had the just last when there was progress.
Oh, you can see it like this as well.
How many games I was. Yeah, so she's playing like
a lot of standard games as well. Yeah, in April, and we haven't still reached April rating list. She has 5, February 2, January 8, December 11, and 7, 10, 9, and I'm just talking about the classical games. And she has played a lot of rapid as well, a lot of blitz games. So she has been maybe even the most active she has been since ever. Yeah,
very active, and enjoying her career high. Very ambitious girl. Has she qualified to the?
Yeah, we'll have to check this once again. Last year for the
Cup?
European, no, but maybe some other way.
No. Then probably she's eager to qualify. She's trying.
For sure, but she's seed number 2 now, so basically. She's for sure thinking about winning the title as well.
Of course. Yeah, so today let's get the board. She's playing e4, e5. Let's get the board. Knight e3, knight c6. Rui Lopez. And she opted for this advanced or neo Steinitz with d6, c4, bishop g4. Okay, this is quite known stuff. Very solid. It was important maybe for. Okay, she wanted to take on c6 white, but of course queen f3 was also possible because, b5, cb, knight d4 maybe looks scary, but it's not something which would harm white's development. Okay, so normal position. You wanted to update us regarding first board?
Yes, I have the position after bishop g4, basically after the 10th move, and I see a game of Isipenko versus Stupak.
When was this game played?
2020.
Okay.
It was a rapid game though, but still.
So they're following their
hint.
So castle was played in that game?
Yes, castle, bishop e7, h3, bishop back to g5, h5, bishop e3, queen a5, rook b1,
okay,
c4, and so on.
So this might be the way, but now bishop d3, bishop g4, yep, and white is thinking.
We will see if this was some kind of preparation from this particular game. Maybe it's not, but we have such a game in the database, so we can follow.
Okay, let's move on. Let's see how Meri Arabidze, last year she was not playing.
And also, guys, you can answer the question in chat. I see a poll. How many surprising draws or losses will mark the first round? So basically, how many upsets are you expecting to see?
So, what
The
was
options
offered? Yeah.
None, 1 to 5, 5 to 10, or more than 10.
Okay, none would be super brave.
Yeah.
So that all.
But maybe we shouldn't give hints, right? Maybe we can.
I don't know, but I just said it's a brave thing. 1 to 5, I would say, like very.
Maybe we can give you a secret account to vote.
Yeah, why not? Yeah. Okay, I'm curious to see. It can be in any way.
Yeah, and we will see what you are thinking. And
Will you vote yourself?
I will, but maybe I won't tell you how.
Okay, good.
So it stays anonymous, and so that we don't give an edge to some kind of answer.
Okay.
But yeah, of course, guys, we want to hear your thoughts, and if you have any questions, we're here to answer them immediately or after a little bit of time. Once again, let us remind you that the broadcast that you are seeing, basically everything is 15 minutes delayed because of anti-cheating measures. So this is completely standard procedure. But we are keeping an eye on the chat, so feel free to ask.
Feel free to ask any question, any comments, any remark. You can, of course, root for your player, for your compatriot. And yeah, we are here. So let's move on. Let's check this game. So Arabidze, she was missing last year, if I'm not mistaken, because of some.
Yeah,
she was pregnant, or something like that. So.
Yes, we had, I think, Zurab actually announcing that in the studio.
Yeah, so she couldn't defend her title, but she's back to business. She's eager to win today, so her opponent is playing against Reti, this bishop g5, bishop g4, knight e5, and bishop takes d5, and white will go for f3. That was all played. And white is thinking. Queen d4 springs to mind. e4, the point after e4 is queen e5. And then this is some kind of mess. Maybe this is also...
You are not afraid with that king on e1 and the pawns on f3, g3. Somehow it feels so open.
No, I would be afraid with black to play, let's say, this position. I would be super...
It's such a mess, no?
Afraid. Yeah, this looks to me that I will just lose a game. Take a look, some line.
That queen on a1, it looks like it cannot go back anywhere, right? Okay, you have f6, but...
Yeah, this looks scary to me. Maybe we can check was this played before or not.
With this order? Yeah, maybe we could.
Yep. So this is the current situation.
I will give you an update in a bit.
So Zuzana Terbe is playing with the black pieces, and she's ready to, just to go all in.
And we haven't noticed the time on the clock. It's basically the same. So nobody is still way in their preparations or way out, let's say.
Yeah, we can go full screen on that board number 3 to check how is the situation in terms of who is feeling more comfortable.
It's hard to say, but once you see the hands on the forehead, somehow it can mean a lot of things. It can mean that I'm so super focused that I want to calculate everything there is in this world, or that I need to remember something. I had it in my mind, but I need some super concentration to try to recall it, or that I just want to calculate something. So you cannot say, you cannot be certain, basically. But yeah, but seems like nobody is still deep in their thoughts, and it's normal because it's still early, right? Only half an hour into the game.
Okay, so tough decision for white, but you will update us about possible
Okay,
games.
so basically Queen C7 looks like a novelty. And prior to that, we have this position,
Pantsula was playing with the white
Yeah.
pieces, so let's get the board back.
3 games even.
So Pantsula likes to play that position. So Queen C7, and what is
after
the
that?
option? So a draking, I see
G6,
Brunello.
C5 or Bishop C4 has been so far played.
So G6.
G6 being the most common. And basically we have a very recent game from February that Van Valley played with black pieces, and he has won. So maybe this is the latest.
So how G6,
Trend.
how the game developed? So after
G6, Bishop D2, for example, in Van Valley's game. Bishop E6, E4, H5. Bishop C3, Queen B6,
Hang on, so Bishop D2, Bishop E6?
Bishop C3.
Ah no, E4 first.
Aha, you missed, yeah.
So
Okay,
E4 now played, H5.
and now Bishop C3. Queen B6, Queen D4. H4, G4. Looks very strange. Bishop H6, A4.
So Pantsula.
And now Queen C7.
Yeah, okay, it was a blitz, but anyway. And everything was blitz, so Pantsula was playing a blitz only.
Yeah, let's
Is there any
basically
classical game? After D takes E5.
After D5. Do we have some information here? Maybe I can look at like this. Okay, so this was Blitz,
versus Van Valley Rapid.
chess.com as well. Whoops. Okay. Blitz.
Okay, so we have it
Summer
only
Cup in
Blitz.
Rhodes.
Summer Cup in Rhodes.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
So this
24,
is
23.
Stavroula Georgia, yeah.
Okay.
With white pieces.
Georgian variation.
And actually last summer, this was played last summer in Rhodes. So maybe it's some kind of domestic. Maybe you come here to Rhodes and you say, I want to play this. The place feels like,
Cool.
like this.
Cool, inspired you.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's move on. Mary is thinking. After Queen C, okay, Queen C7, Queen D4 played, if I'm not mistaken. We have a move.
Okay, so no E4. And E4 is somehow inviting, no? Because you see that bishop on
Okay,
D5.
she didn't want to play the C4 as I mentioned because Queen E5, and then you need to sacrifice because after F4, E4 is hanging, so Queen D4 was the idea of stopping that. After F6, maybe white will push. Now E4, Bishop E6, maybe Bishop F4, G5. I don't know if those things are working. Maybe it is.
But maybe I can
Because
take on F6 and
I was thinking
F7
about
and
this,
H8 is
but this
hanging.
is probably just dead lost.
Yeah, but it's an interesting variation that
Yeah.
you want to see, basically.
Yeah, I believe
on the board.
the same. So Queen D4, F6 is about to happen. So I think now that after F6, white should maybe take on F6, which is not so easy to make, but it is an idea. Takes on F6, black takes, and we are here. Very interesting position
With the pawn on
already.
F6 and a pawn on F3, right?
Yeah.
Everything they teach you in schools when you start playing, and they say like, don't move those pawns, you're making some weaknesses, you need to have a safe king, and somehow you see F3 and F6 on
Yeah.
third board of the European Championship, yeah?
I agree fully, Dragana, you're right. So after Queen C7, Queen D4, and it's black turn. It's black's turn to decide how to move on. I believe that F6 will happen because you want to relieve the pieces, untangle a bit. So F6 is a move, typical move.
And what about maybe some Rook D8?
Rook D8 just postpones the decision because maybe Queen C3. Of course, queen a7 is something you need to calculate, I believe. So that's the thing.
Okay, I wanted to take on e5,
Yeah.
but b7 is hanging somehow.
Yeah, it's now some mess, but probably it's in white's favor, but who knows.
And some queen a5 suddenly, but
Queen a5 b4. It's really a big mess. So many things already after ninth move. And black is thinking. Zuzana was not playing last year. I believe that she played.
I
this
feel
event.
like I remember that we talked about her, but let me just... is it... Okay. Just give me a few moments and we will check. Terbe. Okay.
Yep.
She did play, and she finished with 6.5.
Okay, very
in a
good.
plus 31. So basically, she had a very good tournament, and Rhodes might be her lucky place.
How old is she now at this moment exactly?
She is 28,
Okay.
probably.
Okay.
27,
Enough
28.
experience and still energy, so she can be a tough opponent in the first round.
But do you are you more afraid of the little kids nowadays or the experienced ones?
Yeah, you never know, really.
Because somehow I feel afraid of those little kids. You don't know, you're supposed to be playing somebody who's way weaker than you, let's say, at least with elo or something like that, but you feel like this kid might be born with chess pieces in his head or something like that. I don't know, these kids these days are somehow the new generation, like they're on batteries.
Okay, I agree with that. I agree with that, but still I think that experience can be very strong.
Yeah, of course. Nothing to say about that.
And
But
skill, yeah, because those days kids are also playing, I would say, more rapid than blitz than it was the case 20 years ago. So they might be also, I would say, like a little bit more overexcited, sometimes making decisions too fast, harshly. So I don't know. Sometimes in classical chess, this experienced patient is maybe more in rapid and blitz. They calculate fast. They are tricky. But
they know how to create this mess on the board,
yeah. But in classical chess, I still believe that, you need to have experience playing long games. But okay, last year Bodana, that was, whatever I'm saying, then you can come up with some example. But Bodana last year, she was sitting there, and actually, when the game is longer, she's stronger than her experienced opponents.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on to board number 4. Tereza Rostein. Okay, this is typical position versus Stavroula Tsolakidou. Stavroula actually now is a player, I would say, like part of top chess women's world. She's just finished
the Grand Prix,
her appearance at the Grand Prix. Not a bad show up. Same goes for her first tournament. So in 2 tournaments, I think first one was Tbilisi maybe, or Shymkent. So she's of course now member of the elite, because 2 years ago, she just came back, studies, and she was still, in terms of results, not so strong. I think she was less than 2400. Now she's 2450. Very dangerous.
But somehow seems like she's established herself now, that we look at her like one of the elite women player, right? Or at least approaching to be there in just a little bit.
Yep. So how she's doing? Let's go full screen. She's always super focused. This is typical Stavroulas.
Yeah, and as you've mentioned, I believe she was studying psychology in the USA. Then she finished with that. She came back, and I think she's a full-time player now and fully devoted to chess. If I'm not mistaken, we might get her in the studio, at least I hope. I remember last year that whenever I saw her in the dining room or something like that, like, hey, Stavroula, we're waiting for you in the studio, she said, yeah, but let me win tomorrow and I will come. And she was making these promises, and tomorrow she wins, but she doesn't come. And I see her again and I said, look, Stavroula, you promised, you said you will come. Yeah, I will, but let me have one more win. So yeah, maybe that's her like charm.
Yeah, and motivation.
Yeah, so guys, did you actually have some lucky charms? Do you have it when you're playing? Write us in the chat about your thoughts, if you have some lucky pen or some superstition that you believe in. I don't know if the players believe in such things. Of course,
yeah, there are many
power,
superstitious players, also athletes, but yeah, I think that when you start playing that game, that it actually just exhausts you, and yeah, being superstitious long term, it's really not great for a player.
Yeah, but I don't think that somebody does it because they want to do it. You just have some kind of thought implanted in your brain and you cannot get rid of it, so you do it again and again and again. At least that's how I perceive it. It might not be true, but yeah. And we know that she was working with Pap, right? So Papillonau. So yeah, she has had great coaches and so on, but of course we are expecting some great results from her.
Yeah.
And she is so cheerful. Always when you see her, she is smiling, she's laughing. I don't remember seeing her once being sad or angry after the game, even if she didn't have a good result and so on. So yeah, great friend of mine, and I hope, as I said, that we will see her here.
Okay, good. So this is slightly better position for white, but black is more than solid. Let's get the board back. So Teresa has opted for something very stable, symmetrical structure, and maybe white is slightly better, but because this knight is a little bit restricted, but not much. Then we can move on. Dinara Wagner, she's top prepared. Her husband Denis is, I think now he's 26-20, so very strong player, support for her ambitious. So let's check what was the opening. Exchange variation. Okay, 97.
2620 is his rapid rating, but you took it exactly. 2607 is his standard one. But once again, you're very close. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. But yeah, strong grandmaster. 94 takes, d5 plate. Okay, this is better for white, but also not an easy position to crack. So again, I would say like probably very good approach for her from her lower rated opponent. I believe that this is a really good idea, because not many pieces, even if you lose a pawn, your opponent will need to show a very strong technique. Yeah, very well, I would say, chosen. What do you think, Dragana?
Yeah, the situation on the clock also says that she's feeling confident in the position. This is also very important, and I believe round number 1, at least from the point of view of the underdog, is the easiest round, because you know that you will for the other half of the tournament. You know that you will face a tougher opponent. You have the motivation, but you don't have the pressure. So nothing has started yet. You're here to just, all of the pressure is on the other side. So basically you just play your best chess.
Yeah. Okay, I think for many players, like low-rated players, they know that in the first round it can really be tough for them playing against like super strong opposition, and then after a few rounds it will level a bit and you will start playing
your own tournament,
or let's say against like higher rated opponents, but not with a huge margin. So here it's really like 300 is quite
high difference.
Quite high, yeah. But still, the game, if you are playing on like something solid, then your opponent maybe is not in best shape, or let's say in a playing mood. Yeah, it can be a good.
Somebody might have arrived afterwards, maybe some flight was delayed or something like that, so maybe the player is tired, maybe they didn't get the rest, or so on and so on. So yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, but the Dinara in general she's a player to follow regarding her white pieces. She's always pressing. She's not afraid of entering complicated stuff. So she's really a player to keep an eye on. Yeah.
And we always mention this, but it's such a funny story. Remember in Petrovac when we were doing the broadcast, guys, it was the European Individual Chess Championship for women in 2023. 2 years ago, we had a situation where both Dinara and Wagner played the same novelty with the same pieces, of course. I am not sure if it was the same day or the same weekend or something like that, because Wagner was playing, Denis was playing some league while she was playing the European Championship. So we didn't know this, of course, before Dinara came to the studio and she revealed this, but it was such an interesting information to know. And guys, this is why we are here, to provide you the behind the scenes, something that you cannot see on the board. And we always want to hear from the players their thoughts and how the preparations went and so on. So this is why we have the broadcast.
Yes, exactly. So we'll try to bring the players into the studio, but first let's just focus a bit, to all those parts to start working smoothly, and then we will bring.
Of course. It's a long tournament.
Long tournament. 10 players might not be so excited to enter the studio on the very first day, because as you mentioned, Dragana, they might be tired a bit. First round, they want to rest a bit.
Usually you want to go to the studio once you feel like you've done something, something extraordinary. For example, I won a beautiful game, I want to go to the studio to share my thoughts. And if you feel like you didn't play that well, or that you could have performed a little bit better, then you say, can we do the interview like in the next few days? Or like Stavroula said, let me win one more game. So,
and then one more.
Yeah.
And one more.
Yes.
After one more.
Yeah.
Okay, so joke aside, let's see how Lela Javakhishvili is doing. If I'm not mistaken, she took bronze last year. What was it the case, Dragana?
Let me check. I think so, yeah. I know that she took the qualifying place, and yes, she took the bronze.
Yeah, and now she's playing against Azerbaijani player, and Azeris are really tough opponents. So how old is her opponent? I believe that she's very
17?
Yeah, young, 15, 16, 17, yeah. Can be tricky, and she's playing type of chess Lela would done it herself. So this line, which transposes to semi-Slav with fianchetto, b5, this was all played, and this b3. And it can be very tricky. So bishop e7, and now white can push e4, but white can also start pushing on the king side. This is the game Dragana to follow for sure.
And I think that we will keep an eye on this player throughout the tournament.
Yeah. It looks to me that the opening was played with confidence, stamina. She's there, she's ready to sacrifice a pawn and then to put the pressure. Of course, Lela will push c5 at some stage, and this game reminds me of the last year Bodana's game. Was it versus the Batsiashvili or someone else? I'm not sure.
We can check that in a bit, yeah.
Yeah. So has something changed on the first board? Queen b1 played, interesting move, double attack. Second board, okay, normal stuff. Next one, e6 was played. Hang on, let me remove this. No need for that. So e6 was played. You never know is it a mistake or not. Sometimes engine tests tend to underestimate some moves or overestimate some others. White is better. You could see the engine bar around 1, but that can be a normal advantage. For example, Jobava is playing that kind of chess with the black pieces. He just surrenders the initiative or advantage and then try to complicate the matters.
Yeah, it's still so early to say, right?
Let's see Ushenina, former world champion, versus Pavlidou. Okay, this is interesting one. It's Tore attack. Yep. Usually we have this position with the bishop on f4. Okay, still black wants to take on g3, white will castle long, bishop g7 will happen, so this is typical stuff. For example, takes, bishop g7, because knight g5 was hanging. This was the threat, bishop g7, castles, d5, d5, or maybe without castle, no need for that, maybe bishop d3 is possible. Is there any tactics already? Probably not.
The engine bar is going up and down.
Yeah,
like
I'm thinking.
it's
But
trying to
this
find
doesn't
something.
work.
Queen h7, yeah, this looks so interesting.
Bishop f6, I believe. Knight e4. Maybe that's something.
Is it enough though?
I don't know. Might be an
So
option.
bishop e7 maybe, and
Okay, then queen check.
bishop f8. Woof.
Knight
Okay.
d6.
Okay,
or
okay,
knight
okay,
g5, knight
okay.
d6
This
probably.
seems over.
But maybe knight
Knight G-
f6 and then knight s7. And g bar is
And what about knight g5? Maybe knight g5 is a bit better, yeah?
yeah, probably.
Or not? Okay.
And g bar is laughing. Okay, let me think. Maybe now it's the moment just to castle. Or
Okay,
sort
it likes
of.
it a little bit better, but
Sort of. So +5. Hang on. What am I missing? Maybe I'm missing something. Okay, knight f6 and then queen g5. Is it?
I want to
Okay.
play knight d5.
At
Yeah,
least
okay.
The guy
okay.
stops.
It's not going up and
Yeah.
down anymore, yeah.
Yeah, because guys, we have engine bar which is connected with analysis, but we are not checking engine, trying to think ourselves.
Trying to have the human point of view, right? Nowadays it's so easy to just read what the engine says and pretend to say that you're thinking about it, but it's way more interesting to actually try to find it yourself.
I agree. So, very interesting.
So I guess we'll not see this on the board, but
So hang on, why? So knight g. So queen c2 is probably missing something. But knight g5, queen b2. This doesn't work. So what's the catch? Interesting.
Maybe she was not
queen
just...
c2 was played, knight h5. Okay, what else? Knight d2 immediately might be an option. So knight d2, and then black is thinking to take on g3 or not. Okay, she took, and now it's interesting. Bishop g7, knight g5. Is it something which will be played or not?
But this is a very interesting idea.
Yeah.
I like it so much. I will be so happy if we see this on the board.
Yeah. So, will she play it or not? Bishop g7, knight
Because
g5.
it looks like, at the first glance, it looks like a completely normal move. I'm just developing my
Yes.
pieces. The bishop looks great in g7. Maybe I want to castle, I don't know. Or
If you go g4,
just to push.
is it knight h2 maybe? Because if you push
H5?
h5, knight g4.
I can just take.
So if you go f5, can I sacrifice now? I believe that I can't.
With
probably.
queen
Oh.
g6, huh?
Maybe I can.
Okay. I wanted actually to play knight h4 and maybe some knight g6, but this way it looks better.
It's very interesting that this works. And what now? Knight e4 probably.
The other knight, yeah.
But okay, rook b2 will be hanging. Is it knight c4? Probably
Okay,
not. Or
defending the b2 as well.
and queen b2.
I have some queen a6, or I don't. Okay, not so easy to calculate, huh?
Not at all.
Especially when we're talking at the same time.
Yeah, maybe just simple rook d1. And then prepare
Keeping
to
the
push
tension.
d5.
You're defending c3 as well.
Yep.
Okay.
Very
Okay, interesting
Yeah.
ideas, yeah.
So white is thinking, no, black is thinking after pawn takes g3, it's black's turn.
And what about some simple move like, I cannot take, I want to actually play knight g5 right away, so I wanted to play some d5 maybe or something like that, but g5 is hanging, so you need to react.
Yeah, don't see anything. Okay, I can go rook g8,
F6 I
but
don't
then
like.
queen h7. Maybe. Okay, you will lose a right for castle, but... So this is the position, and
Bishop e7 maybe?
bishop...
Depending on g5 and...
Okay, bishop e7, knight e4.
Maybe taking on d4 and... But g5 is still hanging. It's a tough tough question to answer actually, this
This is the
g5.
point. Yeah. Very
Okay,
complicated.
Anna has some aces up her sleeve, yeah?
Yeah. Okay, now maybe g4.
Because the queen is...
But anyway,
Not able to
maybe
come
knight
to-
h2 f. Okay, I can go knight d2. Maybe this just favors me.
Okay, we have the information. How long is Pavlidou thinking on this move? I don't know, let me see. My computer seems to be a little bit stuck. Okay, it will unstuck, I hope, at some point.
This is really complicated when you check the game as like a human.
I guess. She has just played. She took on d4.
She took on d4 immediately, yeah. Okay, knight g5. Now you take on c3 or e3 or something like this, probably on e3, and this is just good for black. So white will take
You
takes
have to
d4.
respond
I believe
first,
that
yeah.
e takes d4 will be played. Okay, cd is also an option.
But on CD, maybe at some point you will be giving the b4 square, like some knight b4 ideas or something like that.
Okay, temporarily, yes, but a3 will follow.
a3 will come, yeah.
Yep.
And Anna is thinking which pawn to capture with, or maybe she will take with the knight, but
Yeah.
I would prefer to take with a pawn.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go with the camera to that game. So it's board number 5, right? No, 6. Oh, 7. Let's go with the camera full screen board number 7 to see how the things are going. This h6 g5 can also be, something regretted. You push it so easily.
And the
H6,
pawns don't come back, yeah?
You're hunting the bishop. Okay, that was mission accomplished, but now you need to cover all those tiny tactics over the h file.
Tiny, but seems like they're not so tiny, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Somehow when you start thinking about it, more and more things come up.
Yeah.
So you need to be careful. And Anna took e4 as you suggested. So
let's get the board back. So let's discuss it even further. So knight g5 is still coming. So g4 is something which is possible, but knight can go to h4, but in those positions it can also go to h2, to g1, many options. Maybe g1 is the most. But even g1, let's say, I don't believe that engine will condemn it so easily. It will finish it as zeros. Yeah, so it's also a possibility. But now it's black turn to decide to push this g4 or not. Okay.
Somehow, to me at least, it feels the strangest when I have to move the knight back to the starting rank.
Yeah.
I don't know. We know that the toughest moves are with the knight going back, but somehow when I have to return it to the starting square and I haven't done my castle or something, it feels very strange.
But it's also common in many openings. You push the pawn, for example,
yes.
a pawn, your opponent push b4, and then you're rerouting the knight
yes.
and trying to get the square, which actually you provoked the weakening from your opponent's side. So it's something which is common with the knights. With the bishops is not so common that you retreat bishops back and then it's a viable square.
For example, when you make a castle with the black pieces and then some rook e8, bishop f8, you can take it back. Yeah, of course, everything is playable these days. When you put on the engine and somehow you find some new ideas and the old openings are not viable anymore, but yeah.
Here the main thing is that bishop g7 is like the most natural move, and then black needs to calculate, is this risky queen s7 or not. Maybe in this scenario is not. Bishop f6. Bishop f6 allows knight e4. So maybe queen
But Ekaterini played bishop e7.
Bishop e7. I'm trying to grasp the logics. I don't know. Is it an option to sacrifice? Probably not. This kind of move. Maybe that's also an option.
Ah, okay.
So many things. Queen b2 I don't believe because you just take. Engine also wants to play this position. Interesting. c3 is falling. So after rook b1 or rook d1, queen c3
and d4 is now hanging.
Yeah. Okay, let's see how Stefanova is doing, former world champion.
Yet another
usually,
one.
Yeah, usually in the intro rounds, first 2-3 rounds, she's struggling. I think overthinking is a problem. She's trying to avoid, and it's not strange that she's already almost a half an hour behind. So that's typical for Antoaneta. She's a great player. But you see here, she played Scotch with the black pieces. This knight b5, bishop c5, this line. And it's fine for black, but she's thinking what to do, where to go. Another Serbian here, Joanna Eric. It seems to me that she's a bit underrated. How about your opinion, Dragana? Joanna, she was 20, almost 23, I believe, right?
She was at some point, yeah.
And now she's 21, 47.
Yeah, I know that she was, if I'm not mistaken, she was doing biology faculty. If I have the correct information, which is, as you know, not so easy to finish. But yeah, and I think I saw that she's launching her own website for coaching or something like that. So maybe she's more into that now, but she's still playing. She has played many tournaments for the national team of Serbia as well. So yeah, she is around. I hope that she will be able to get back her ELO strength, because we know that she has it.
Yeah, I'm curious about her career.
Okay, we can check it.
Peak rating, I would say 23. Or a little bit less.
Okay, we will We'll see in a bit. $23.40.
Oh.
42.
Yeah. 23.42. Now she's 21.40. But anyway, she's tough opponent. First round, it can be really tricky. Bella is burning a lot of time. She's having a normal position. That was Greenfeld, I believe, or Slav. Greenfeld. Okay, Slav transposed to Greenfeld with G6. Okay, this is normal. And the point is here, if you take on D5, now black will always take with the E pawn, and she will be more than fine. Knight E4, maybe preparing F5, and things are going well for black, but still. Božena seems to be suffering. Okay, I spent like few years of my life analyzing this fianchetto, King's Indian. My ex-coach, he was an IM, Vladimir Bukal, and he gave us some materials, and it was always fianchetto with some famous games. And then there was this line played by Karpov, my coach, Grandmaster Kulak. Actually, he was contacted by Anatoly. Is he there maybe to join some training camp, because he was playing similar stuff with the white pieces. And Catalan, this fianchetto, and at that time this knight c5 was very popular. Knight c5, a5, I was playing this a lot, and h3 is the main move. And I don't know, on a5 you always need to watch out for this knight b5 jump, and then it's later very tough to kick the knight because d6 is hanging, so that's why c6 is a better try. And now white can play many stuff, like I think even queen c2 is possible to play, because if you take and you take on d4, there is some bishop g5 stuff, and it's always dangerous for black to take that pawn. And I don't know, some a5, bishop e3, this is typical. There are even some lines with bishop d7, queen c8. I was playing this with black. Delchev played against me. Sometimes tricks are to play h6 and then knight e6, knight g5. So h6 is a useful move for black. But anyway, the point is how Karpov was playing. So here he would go for rook d1 or rook b1, push b3. Black can go, let's say, queen b6. And then it's possible to play, I don't know, rook b1 like this. And white sometimes has the idea even to sacrifice the knight and catch the queen. But this is typical, and then black suddenly starts to go back. When you kick the queen, and the point is to play f4, bishop f2, king h2, and white is always better. I was playing this many times. But I was also playing some blitz games versus Cvitan, Hulak, and they will play this f3, which looks like
doesn't look natural, yeah?
To play this f3 because you're locking your bishop. There are some lines in King's India when the bishop is on g4, queen d7, bishop goes to h3, black wants to exchange the light square bishops, and then you play f3 because you know that this bishop exchange will happen. But here, yeah, this line was actually strange, but it works. He just stops your counterattack on e4. Later he will push f4 anyway, and playing like this. Okay, I would now play knight b5. That would be maybe my option. Maybe.
Immediately, okay.
I'm not sure. When you push a5, I go to b5. This
And
would
what
be
about b3? Would it be a mistake?
Okay, I don't know, is there any tactics over the diagonal? Probably not.
Let's say they're not. I meant like...
Yeah, this is useful move, because then you always push b4 on a4. This is typical move. There is a move knight b3, but not in this position. And she did it. Knight b3, because this can be also better for white. But she played knight b3, then bishop e6 was played, which is a tricky move. If you take, and then f3 is hanging.
And now you're asking, why didn't they play h3 instead of f3?
Yeah. Now many options, I believe. Knight g4, knight c4, of course, which is probably the best move. So Claudia is thinking.
And I just wanted
We have
to...
them on the camera, right? Yeah.
I don't think it's board number 10. I'm not sure if we're
We have only board
able
number
to
9.
see
Yes,
them.
sorry.
But I wanted to remind the viewers that last year Božena had a marvelous European championship. She ended with 5.5 points, but she won she had a draw in the first round against Melia Salom. Then she won versus Movsesan Yulia, Heinemann Josephine, Yao Lan, and Vega Gutierrez, like 4 very strong wins in a row. So in the 6th round, she played on board number 1 with Fatalieva. And she finished the tournament with plus 166 points. So I will make sure that we follow her this year as well, because she's very young.
Completely underrated. She was like 2000 on...
Yeah, 2000 last year, and she had a rating performance in the end of 23.63.
Very good.
So, yeah.
Okay, just a brief check how our youngsters are doing. So, for example, we have Bodana and Kesaria. Last year they were like really doing well.
Bodana is 29, board number 29.
But she's not a rating favorite. Playing versus Savina. Can you check, please, Dragana? I believe that they played last year. Or maybe
you think that we had this matchup already?
Maybe Daulite, but Savina maybe.
Okay, let's see Bodana's last year.
It was very strong tournament.
Okay, she had played against Savina in the 4th round.
So my memory
Great memory,
is
yeah. It's
still not
working.
bad. It's not great, but it's not bad.
Okay. Yeah, she played against Savina. She lost, actually. But was it that we were following to the end?
We were following. There
was
the game versus Jovanka, which was Huska. That was super long, like 100 moves. But versus Savina was also super, super complicated. So Bodana, of course, she plays the top-notch theory, semi-Slav defense, e3, anti-Meran, bishop d3, Shirov Shabalov attack is always a possibility, e4, that's something I'm always explaining to the viewers. Don't go bishop e7, because if now we go with the same line, you will end up not being ready to push e4 on e5, and then, for example, in this kind of position, okay, here the pawn is hanging, but let's say that I play e6, you are always worse. Okay, even if that b5 is not hanging, always worse in that structure. So that's why bishop belongs to d6, and actually this is precisely what has happened. Yep, queen e7. This is really like super developed theory, so she knows. We can check a little bit later maybe how is the theory going on there. And we have, you mentioned that we have
Kesaria, you think?
Kesaria.
Yeah, she is on board number 65.
So Kesaria Mageladze. Okay, she is already, it seems to me, winning. So it was Scandinavian. We will have some games which will finish a bit faster than others. Knight f6, g takes f6
in the first round, yeah.
Is a possibility here. So she took with the queen. If you take, I believe bishop g5 is the move, but maybe even some d5 or bishop c3 and then d5. So, okay, d5, queen d2, preparing to defend the bishop. Okay, to take on f5. Very well played. rook is hanging, and actually it's Kesaria is already totally winning.
Okay, it's a smooth first round for her. I saw a request in the chat for board number 11, and actually we've just seen the first 10, so maybe it's a good idea to just take a brief check.
Okay, Bedulayeva is in a good shape. So it was Greenfeld. This h3 was played now in the European individual Muradli versus Navara. Muradli won that game. It was like a fourth or fifth round. Muradli around 2600. So he played this line with h3. That means that Azerbaijan laboratory is there. So Navara played this, exactly that. Yep, that was the game. We will show you this game. Muradli versus d5 played. Everything was played. So they are basically repeating. And maybe f5 was not played in this position.
Okay, I have the game.
I think that bishop d7 was played in Muradli. Muradli versus Navara. Yep, everything was played. Yes.
Queen e3, d5.
Yep.
Knight e5.
Took on f3. Now he took on f3 Navara and played a bishop d7, I think. Yeah, and white was better. Rook b1.
Rook b1
white
was
has
played.
dream position in this Greenfield because usually the pawn, black already have a pawn on a2 and then black is pushing. So Muradli won versus Navara, which is.
And what is the current situation on the board? Till when are we
position,
following the game?
f5 was played,
okay.
which is.
So we already.
Yeah, but here knight f3.
separated
But
from
anyway,
the game.
Navara was worried, so I believe that Bedulayeva really knows what is she's doing. Oh, that. And white is much better. d6. It's not possible to stop if you play queen d6. Okay, it will be a pawn down, at least maybe with some queen e5 is deciding. So
Yeah,
white is.
come on, we're talking about a variation that has just been played 10 days ago, actually, a game that has just been
That's
played.
what I said, that Bedulayeva is in a good shape and she's well prepared. So this is this
Following all the
knowledge
years, yeah?
sharing. Yeah. So I was impressed how Muradli was playing that game. And someone mentioned versus Narva Mai.
Yeah, we don't have a camera on Narva Mai, but we can check how she's playing. We can check the board, of course.
16.
I will confirm, yes.
Okay, so
16.
she's playing this line. My first line I was going into some. That was this one. It's close Sicilian. Before it was played much more. For example, Spassky was playing that line. So d3, rook b8, that was Ljubojevic move. Another way is to go e6, d6 or knight f6. So the point is to push b5. Yeah, and previous theory was saying that you always, when your opponent is preparing to push d4, since I cannot do it immediately because black is controlling 3 times and I'm controlling twice. So when I bring some extra piece, then you should always jump on d4. But it's possible also not to play knight d4 and then now to play something less like e6 or even h5. The point is of this bishop e3, first difference is there is a close Sicilian when white is playing f4. This is the way how it was played before in castles. But then you're not afraid of this exchange. Usually exchanging your fianchetto bishop is something you shouldn't be happy about. So this is the point. That's why black can either push h5 and then will be able to develop the knight or stay with the knight on g8. And bishop h6. Okay, this can be a tricky position because always some knight g4 is threatening and white will find a way how to develop the pieces, but I think she went wrong a bit and now that black is having a good position. Anything else in chat? Thanks for your support. Don't hesitate to ask us anything.
Yeah, don't think I saw any. I saw questions about some analysis we did, but I'm not sure about which position since we have the 15 minutes delay. Board 27 was actually mentioned with some typical Sicilian sacrifice.
Okay, let's just check that one, and then we can go for a break. It's Mamadova versus Kachatarian. Okay, hang on. So, another Taimanov Sicilian, Queen F3 played. I've told you that I had one game where my opponent played knight F3 immediately, forgetting to defend the knight, but okay, it was some stress. It was not connected with chess stuff. This on loan, H5 is something, the idea of black. Yeah, this was played, I'm trying to recall. Can you check the game? Sonis, who was with there was a game, Francesco Sonis, Italian player now in the European individual, and he was playing with the black pieces, managed to save himself. I will tell you, we can go to chess results, and then I will tell you his game. I think exactly this was played there.
Chess results? Or
yeah,
chess?
From the European in the individual championship. Okay. I will tell you the game. 25.
Yep.
Yep. And so Sonis from Italy, he was playing somewhere in the early rounds. It was drawn.
Okay, so round number 2 with black pieces maybe? And
yeah, with the black pieces it should be Sicilian.
We have basically a PGM.
Yep.
So
thanks.
Okay.
So, okay, you can go on with the moves. So it was Sicilian.
Just like this, okay.
Yep. Different one. Yeah, different one. But it will transpose.
There was a sacrifice on d5.
Yeah. So the point was that the pawn was on d6, knight was on d7. This is the difference. Okay, so it was not that one.
But it was a sacrifice on d5 as well. So
yeah, and sacrifice is on d6, and the knight was on d7 and bishop was on g5. Rook d6, same thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but okay, it's a bit different. So this was, I think that this was all played. Please, Dragana, check that one.
Yeah. Okay, yeah,
so
for
the
sure.
Exact,
so this is board number 27, right?
Yeah,
I will.
Okay, but this is a big mess, and I believe that everything was played before, so they were just blitzing. Okay, Gulnar was not blitzing, but very complicated. I love those kind of positions. Unfortunately, we don't have them on the camera.
Yeah, but after some time we just might, who knows?
Yeah, so just to check this game, while Dragana is checking, I will just briefly touch our first boards. So here, black. Okay, this looks like a blunder. That black just forgot about the h7 pawn. This one is messy, but a bit strange that she went long castle. Arabidze played knight c3. Queen d7. Okay. Possible, of course. Okay, white will move the queen somewhere, I believe. I'm trying to find the right spot. Maybe white can launch some attack now. Now some move. Either bishop f4 or maybe even e4. This looks more to the point. So she's thinking, this is the position. Our fourth board, complicated. This one, white is consuming a lot of time. Lela has managed to come with the knight on b5. Ushenina is thinking. Stefanova, complicated position. And here Claudia seems to be already much better. Olga Badelka is having a good position. I like that bishop on a5. Any games? Yes.
Yeah, quite a few.
It's
actually. So I'm trying to find the last known move. Knight e2, king b1. We already have a game. Maybe it's not a model game, but somebody has played it.
Can you check, for example, what was the point a few moves ago? Who was playing that line with the best players?
Yeah, so b5, basically the most common way to answer this b5 is f4. And we have quite a few games here. For example, from Caruana and So, Giri and so on. But if you want to take the pawn on b5, this bishop b5, then the strongest player you have Morozevich, for example, from 2015.
Bishop ab, knight b.
Yes. Yes, you're taking with the knight, and queen b8 is...
Aronian was playing this.
Yep. Bishop f4 is the main line here, d6 is the main line here, and here usually they take with the rook on d6. And it was taken with the knight in this game.
Who is now playing this line with the white? So Morozevich took with the rook. So knight d6, maybe it's not a big deal. Anyway, so knight d6.
Knight d6 is like the second most played move, and here, yeah,
not many grandmasters.
Maksimovic Boyan is maybe the most recent game, I would say, from 2024. Okay, not the most recent, but one of the most recent games or victories with white. But yeah, rook d6 seems to be the most common way to answer it. So maybe this was some kind of preparation by Gulnár
if I
to
take
surprise.
on d6, knight h5, is there a difference? Don't see it.
Knight h5, queen g5 is usually played. And then when you take, I have now exchanged everything on d6 and taken on e5. So, rook a5 once again.
Yeah, that's actually the same position. So rook a5 and then f4.
Knight d5 seems to be knight d5. Okay.
Yeah, first they play f4 and then after knight f4, knight d5. So this is the position, and black is thinking. Very interesting position. Top-notch theory. I think we will have a break now. We'll leave you with the playing hall. Yeah, things are developing, I think, Dragana.
Yeah, we already have some very interesting positions.
How about our poll?
Actually, I don't know about the results.
Okay.
I saw actually a question in the poll about some settings, but I'm not the one actually doing.
You can check the results. It should be.
Can I? Are they visible if the poll is closed?
Yes. Okay, but you see the votes. 100.
Yeah, but I don't see the results. I think that the poll is still open. So I'm not the one, guys, actually in the charge of the poll. So yeah, we will.
So 140 results. Thanks for that. And yeah, we are coming back very soon.
Chess moves. Smart. Free eSIM. Smarter. At Global Cell, we believe in empowering connection on and off the chessboard. That's why we've partnered with the European Chess Union to bring you a gift as strategic as the game itself, a free eSIM with 100 megabytes of data. Staying connected has never been this simple. Just scan the QR code, install your eSIM, and enjoy seamless global connectivity. Global Cell supports over 190 countries. Global Cell and the European Chess Union, a checkmate for connectivity.
This is a chance. This is a war. Everyone wants to be a winner. But the path to victory is lonely. Chess Robot, the smartest, most advanced AI chess robot. It turns chess into an exciting game of progression. Mastering 25 levels will transform you from a beginner to a grandmaster. Not into level ups, challenge the AI instead. Set the difficulty, make it a breeze, or push it beyond your limits. He's incredibly smart, just like a max-level human. Equipped with a camera like an eye, Chess Robot combines advanced algorithms to capture every change on the chessboard and accurately pick up pieces with its robotic arm. Access the Planet Alliance function to connect and play chess online with friends from all over the world. Here you will find players of all skill levels. Flip the board and play as white. You can't wait to get started. New to chess? We've got a better way. Chess Robot offers a variety of learning methods to help you improve. As you can see, Chess Robot provides various learning modules, including chess courses, AI practice, class game review, and off-book play. You'll level up your skills in no time. Let's start the endgame practice, featuring 145 carefully selected classic endgames. Now you have a greater chance to become a winner. This is Chess Robot. Today, chess all in AI.
Chess moves. Smart. Free eSIM. Smarter. At Global Cell, we believe in empowering connection on and off the chessboard. That's why we've partnered with the European Chess Union to bring you a gift as strategic as the game itself. A free eSIM with 100 megabytes of data. Staying connected has never been this simple. Just scan the QR code, install your eSIM, and enjoy seamless global connectivity. Global Cell supports over 190 countries. Global Cell and the European Chess Union. A checkmate for connectivity.
This is a chance. This is a war. Everyone wants to be a winner. But the path to victory is lonely. Chess Robot, the smartest, most advanced AI chess robot. It turns chess into an exciting game of progression. Mastering 25 levels will transform you from a beginner to a grandmaster. Not into level ups, challenge the AI instead. Set the difficulty, make it breaks or push it beyond your limits. He's incredibly smart, just like a max-level human. Equipped with a camera like an eye, Chess Robot combines advanced algorithms to capture every change on the chessboard and accurately pick up pieces with its robotic arm. Access the Planet Alliance function to connect and play chess online with friends from all over the world. Here you will find players of all skill levels. Flip the board and play as white. You can't wait to get started. New to chess? We've got a better way. Chess Robot offers a variety of learning methods to help you improve. As you can see, Chess Robot provides various learning modules, including chess courses, AI practice, class game review, and off-book play. You'll level up your skills in no time. Let's start the endgame practice, featuring 145 carefully selected classic endgames. Now you have a greater chance to become a winner. This is Chess Robot. Today, chess all in AI.
Chess moves. Smart. Free eSIM. Smarter. At Global Cell, we believe in empowering connection on and off the chessboard. That's why we've partnered with the European Chess Union to bring you a gift as strategic as the game itself. A free eSIM with 100 megabytes of data. Staying connected has never been this simple. Just scan the QR code, install your eSIM, and enjoy seamless global connectivity. Global Cell supports over 190 countries. Global Cell and the European Chess Union. A checkmate for connectivity.
This is a chess. This is a war. Everyone wants to be a winner. But the path to victory is lonely. Chess Robot, the smartest, most advanced AI chess robot. It turns chess into an exciting game of progression. Mastering 25 levels will transform you from a beginner to a grandmaster. Not into level ups, challenge the AI instead. Set the difficulty, make it breaks or push it beyond your limits. He's incredibly smart, just like a max-level human. Equipped with a camera like an eye, Chess Robot combines advanced algorithms to capture every change on the chessboard and accurately pick up pieces with its robotic arm. Access the Planet Alliance function to connect and play chess online with friends from all over the world. Here you will find players of all skill levels. Flip the board and play as white. The can't wait to get started. New to chess? We've got a better way. Chess Robot offers a variety of learning methods to help you improve. As you can see, Chess Robot provides various learning modules, including chess courses, AI practice, class game review, and off-book play. You'll level up your skills in no time. Let's start the endgame practice, featuring 145 carefully selected classic endgames. Now you have a greater chance to become a winner. This is Chess Robot. Today, chess all in AI.
Chess moves. Smart. Free eSIM, smarter. At Global Cell, we believe in empowering connection on and off the chessboard. That's why we've partnered with the European Chess Union to bring you a gift as strategic as the game itself. A free eSIM with 100 megabytes of data. Staying connected has never been this simple. Just scan the QR code, install your eSIM, and enjoy seamless global connectivity. Global Cell supports over 190 countries. Global Cell and the European Chess Union. A checkmate for connectivity.
This is a chance. This is a war. Everyone wants to be a winner. But the path to victory is lonely. Chess Robot, the smartest, most advanced AI chess robot. It turns chess into an exciting game of a progression. Mastering 25 levels will transform you from a beginner to a grandmaster. Not into level ups, challenge the AI instead. Set the difficulty, make it breeze, or push it beyond your limits. It's incredibly smart, just like a max-level human. Equipped with a camera like an eye, Chess Robot combines advanced algorithms to capture every change on the chessboard and accurately pick up pieces with its robotic arm.
We are back. I've checked some positions in the playing hall. So maybe we should start with our last game, but not the least interesting. Yeah, I came just in this moment, and actually the whole game was a firework. Let's get the board back. Karashoni, she's, I would say, a big, prominent player, promise from Hungarian future, and playing with the black pieces. And take a look what happened. So g3, knight f3, queen f4, sacrificing the piece, but the king was super weak. Rook g1. Probably the sacrifice was not fully sound, but she wanted to get the complicated game. Big mess there.
But I'm thinking about it, somehow when you're playing much weaker opponents, you usually do not want to complicate things too much, and usually do not want to give your player any kind of possibility, right, to develop anything. But it seems like she was very confident that she will create such a mess that her opponent will not know how to get out of it, yeah?
So knight g6, bishop d3, king f8, rook g6, queen g1. A mess.
Complete.
Yeah, she wants to go queen g6, rook. I was trying to grasp who is better here. Probably is rook f1 the move? Maybe not changing much, but better than bishop e2, rook g8. And I came in this moment, and now it's probably just a4 yeah, too slow, and she will now deliver a checkmate. Queen g1 is coming, so I believe that this game will finish with a win of Karashoni, but yeah, really messy play. You can check that game. Then some game I was following, which looks interesting, is the following one. So, okay, Ekaterina is probably counting on taking on d5 at some stage and ending up in opposite color bishops. Okay, she is not in a danger. Then the game, this one, Toncheva's game, it's board number, which board is that?
I will check in a second. Nadia is playing on board number 31.
Okay, take a look at this one.
Whoa.
Yeah, so it was King's Indian, and then, okay, she took on h3. White is better, of course, but then, yeah, she opted for this opposite color bishops.
Where you have 3 pawns on the white squares, the color of your bishop, and your opponent has so many pawns on.
Yeah, but at least white's pawns are not on his way.
Yeah, of course.
So this bishop is locked. That's the issue. If the bishop was outside the chain, somewhere around here, I think assessment would be completely different.
And g5 even blocking it even more, yeah.
Okay, she's exchange up. G4 is the only hope later for black, but it doesn't seem that she's risking much.
And I can say that we already have a few games that have finished. So basically on board number 66, Sabrina Ibrahimova has won, and Ines Acebo on board number 67 has won as well. And I think we have one game that wasn't even played, which is on board number 57, Michalina Rodzinska. Seems to has won by forfeit, or her opponent did not come. So this is what we have so far as games finished.
So going from like favorites, Kesaria, let's check, has something happened here. Okay, she's having a nice advantage. Here there is one game where favorite is sort of struggling, and this is the game.
I found one such, Gulnar Mamadova.
Okay, but let's take a look of this one.
Okay,
I
so
don't
this is
know
another one.
what was missed by black, but Inga is like rated almost 400 rating points above, and she just came to this knight f6 move, which it will be very hard to parry. If you take, you move the queen. I don't know. If you take, this looks really maybe okay.
Rook e1 maybe?
Yeah, rook
first,
e1
yeah.
and queen d6 or bishop d6 or something. It looks like really
The
tough.
dark
Yeah.
squares are.
So after knight f6, moving the king doesn't look great.
I feel so tempted to take on e7. I know that it's not good at the
Maybe
moment,
it is. Who knows?
but I feel
But
so tempted.
The bar is dropping, but maybe not. Yeah.
The bar has dropped a lot.
It's dropping a lot. Yeah, but anyway, knight f6 looks a serious challenge to Inga. She will need to move the king. What else to do?
Yes, or maybe some bishop f6. No, but it's just I wouldn't want to give up that bishop if I don't have to.
Bishop e6, same thing.
Yeah.
Take on e7 and
Yeah,
king will
it looks
be
completely lost,
eternally
yes.
weak, yeah.
Maybe we can take a look at this one as well. Board number 27. Seems like Gulnar is struggling a little bit.
Oh, in that game? So we left around here. Okay, but this is normal thing still. Still is super complicated. I don't see any trick, immediate trick. I don't know, is queen d2 a challenge? Queen f2. Am I missing something?
Maybe some bishop e4 I can...
Yeah. Or not, because this is a checkmate, so you need to take with this guy, but no, it's not much. So hang on, this is the position. Black's turn. Black to play.
But wait, what are we thinking about? Can't I just play knight c3
Go!
and take the queen?
Bravo!
Okay.
I'm focused on my first rank. Bravo,
Yeah,
Dragana.
you're trying to figure out.
Yeah, queen c3, come on.
Simple tactics.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oof, what I'm blundering. Yeah, so this actually, queen d2 probably is the move. Yeah, queen f2, come on. Really, I blundered that? Great.
Okay, but you have to think about it for a second and to...
So
to
queen
see,
d2. Okay, now it's tricky. Queen h4 maybe. Now maybe bishop e4. And
Suddenly I don't like the position. And what if I play... Ah, no, nothing. I thought maybe bishop c3, but that would mean giving everything up. I wanted to have some rook e6 maybe, but it's not possible.
So it's tricky.
Okay, so the engine bar doesn't like it very much, and you still need to answer some questions, but we will be following for sure. Let me see if anything else is...
Yeah, I just wanted to check from the bottom. So I mentioned that Kesaria is sort of winning. Susanna, okay, she's pushing. It will be a long game, but she's obviously better. This one is just sort of lost, but she needs to come up. It's some precise move. Rudzinska won.
Dana Kuchavi is struggling. Board number 36.
Okay.
Ah, but you're going from the
Yeah.
bottom up. Okay, okay.
I'm just checking.
You will come up to that.
Yeah. I'm just checking what's going on. You mentioned which board?
36.
Yep. This one? Okay, but this is really looking dead lost for black. What went wrong? Dana is very talented young player, so it was King's India.
No way to defend it.
Yeah. Okay, it's like getting back the pawn, but maybe okay. Maybe she missed some details, like the following one, or she was counting on this bishop f5 that it just returns the piece, but there is knight c5. And now she's like a healthy pawn down. Okay, it will be very tough for her to save this game. So we will have some upsets, for sure.
So for those of you who voted none at the poll.
Yes, you're not doing great.
Yeah.
Where else to go? So some interesting game. Marina Brunello is under the pressure.
Okay.
Okay, she will go rook e8. Okay, but it's not that her opponent is risking much, even if she opts for the worst scenario. Let's say like this. It will be very close to a draw. Mamadova, queen d2 played. Okay, now it's serious. Maybe queen f2 was really missed. Gaponenko is already a long time, but we are used to that.
Yeah. Maybe it's good time to go back to the top boards,
yeah, exactly. So let's start with board number 1. What has happened here? So we mentioned that this queen d7 was a really strange move, since it allowed bishop h7. and bishop d2.
No possibility to take on e3 instead, yeah. Because you're just taking on f8, right?
This is now, it's so complicated. So think maybe that maybe this bishop h7 was tempting. I was thinking maybe is this a moment to jump with the knight or move it somewhere. She took and f5. Very complicated, really. I don't know. At one point it looks like white is doing great, then I have another look, and then it looks like black is doing great. So hard to say.
Very short position, yeah.
Yeah.
And now maybe some queen g4, and I want to play f3 or something like that.
Okay, black, yeah. Black can move the queen also somewhere else, for example. I don't know.
I'm trying to find the sharpest.
Okay, but queen g4, f3 maybe helps white. So maybe, I don't know, queen d7.
And now maybe I want to play f3. Right? With black.
Yep, you do.
Because g3 is not possible because I have queen h3. Okay, you can come back with the bishop on f1.
Queen d1 maybe, f3. It's really hard to evaluate. So how the girls are doing? So Yasmin is back. Okay, the move was played, rook e1, and she's thinking. Let's go full screen. Let's check how she's doing. Nino is fully focused.
For sure, black has to have had the rook e1 in her mind. She was expecting this. And you know that even once you get up from the board and you still have the position in your head and you're thinking about, yeah, if she plays this, I can play that. You're not really taking a rest, so where to go? Unfortunately, I do not have time to involve one more piece, for example, some knight e5, because you can just simply take on d4. No time for some knight f3 tricks. But it looks very sharp. Suddenly you have to calculate everything because you have the f file that can be exploited. Maybe I can lift some rook and take in on h6 or g5, although I do not see how I will be able to put the rook on g5. But f3 would seem like a very important question to be answered.
Okay, first she needs to decide where to put her queen. I think d7 looks really the most logical. Is she thinking about something else? Queen d6 doesn't defend queen b7. So if you play queen to d6, then queen b7. So let's get the board back. Let's get the board back and then we will check queen d6, queen b7. Maybe not immediately, but she needs to take this into consideration. So knight e5 I believe doesn't work because cd4, so this is obvious. Queen g4 you're pushing opponent to f3, which I believe that is still something white want to do.
So by method of elimination,
yeah.
You go back to
okay,
d7.
I was thinking also queen s6, but then I'm
putting the queen.
Yeah, max rate. So queen d7, protecting all the pieces, should be the favorite.
Yeah. Okay, but a very sharp position. I'm very interested to see how this will go on.
So black is thinking, but queen d7, after queen d7, I believe that white will start thinking. So after queen d7, it's white's turn, because after queen d7, cd, you don't want to bring the pieces of opponent, but maybe also that can be an option.
But also at that point, the center opens up and white has two bishops, so they will start working even more efficiently, right?
Yep. Second board. Okay. So after we left, so white started to push the pawns. Teodora wanted to stop it a bit.
Doubling on the b file, yeah. Looks natural.
Okay, but white will defend this, and white will double on the f file, or let's say rook d2, and then white will push. So of course black can penetrate. Okay, black is better, but still, it's not so simple.
Of course not, but you have some clear plan how to put your pieces, let's say.
Yep.
I believe you do not push a3 right away with black. That you first want to double your pieces and create some threats, and then maybe push a3, maybe some sacrifice in b3 will be possible at some point. That pawn on a3 can become dangerous afterwards, but we're far from that, I guess.
Okay, let's check the next one. Here, Meri, after queen d7, played queen c3 as I expected. Bishop g2, okay. b4. After cb, she will probably just play queen c7. I'll be okay, queen c7, queen b6. So maybe that's not the right move. Maybe just queen somewhere, d2 or d3, maybe d3. So after b4, she needs, okay, black needs to take, I believe, cb. But Meri is playing with an energy, and I like that.
Going all in the first round, yeah.
She's
nothing to hold back.
Not hesitating. Not hesitating. I played some blitz game against
with
her.
Meri?
Yeah, online. And since I have a YouTube channel on Croatian language with 60,000 subscribers, so I'm playing and then I'm commentating, and once I won against her, or 2 times, but last time I lost. She was sacrificing, she was misplaying the opening, I took some pawn, and she was playing super active, starting to sacrifice because she knew that positionally and by material she's lost, and actually in the end she managed to checkmate me. I was sort of winning, but anyway, she has found some ideas.
She won the game. This is the result.
So I'm not surprised that moves like b4 springs to her mind.
Did you have an agreed match prior to that, or you just found her
No, it was
online at that point and
online.
just
Online matchup without previously any proposed match. So here I still think that white is better, but Stavroula likes to maneuver. It won't be easy for her. Dinara. Okay, better position, safe knight. If black is having a dark square bishop, it would be much easier. Slav defense looks better for white.
Okay, we said that we would be following Namin from the day one. Seems like that we will put
She was pushing rook c1, interesting. Okay, I would say better for white. Knight
Okay,
will
but how
jump
do
to
you-
d6 at some stage.
So you want to get back
Maybe
the
immediately.
Immediately.
Yeah.
Okay. And is it played actually in the same second that you played it on the board?
Yes, she did.
Yeah, simultaneously. Are you sure that you don't have some kind of
No.
communication with her
Yeah, this
in
will
this
be
moment?
interesting. But also after rook d6, white can take on a7. I don't know. I wouldn't be so happy with the black piece. How about Lela? Let's go full screen on that board.
To see if she is happy with the position.
So it's our board number
3, I believe, or not?
6.
6. Okay. I mentioned that we had 3 Georgian players on the first 3 boards, but yeah, we have even more in the first 10. So yeah,
Is she worried? Not yet.
I don't know. She might be, but yeah, we know that all of these players have their poker faces on, and you cannot see much on their faces. They have played so many games. They have been worried so many times. So yeah, but look how young her opponent looks.
Yes.
I mean, she
exactly.
mentioned her. We mentioned her age previously, but when you see it on the screen, it looks even younger. And I'm very happy when we have such young players. And
Yes, exactly.
it means that there's something right going on if young players are catching up the experienced ones.
Yeah, as I said, she's playing super active. That's something which is really admirable.
Yeah, she's down 15 minutes, but you cannot see much of a worry on her face. And they still have almost 20 moves to be played. Guys, let us remind you that we have the standard playing control. We have 90 minutes for the first 40 moves. Afterwards, we have an additional 30 minutes, 30 seconds increment per move, standard times for the European Championships, for the classical championships. So yeah, we will see some time trouble here. I
Okay,
believe.
the move just played. I think she took on d6. Yes, knight takes d6, pawn takes d6, I believe. Was it a knight to d6?
I'm missing my glasses.
Yeah, I think it's...
Yeah,
It's
it
knight.
updated.
Yeah, knight d6.
On the board as well.
Pawn will take on d6. Yeah, she's getting ready to take.
No other move to be played here, right? Or
Yep.
what else could you be calculating?
CD6.
Maybe taking on a6 or...
CD6 is the
But why would you
most
do?
normal one. So pawn takes d6, I believe that will happen.
Yeah, she's hesitating a little bit, but
She's thinking about to include on a6 or what? I don't get it.
I don't see any other possibility at the moment, but even bishop a6 I wouldn't like, actually. unless there's something concrete. Okay, of course, if you take on a6, then b4 would be hanging once you take on d6. So maybe that is the idea. But I like my bishop on f1 somehow. Or maybe I'm too clingy about my bishops. That could be also a possibility.
Yeah, it's not easy to give the fianchetto bishop. I understand you. The pawn takes d6 and then bishop a7 is quite viable. Yeah, as you mentioned, to keep the bishops. But what's going on? Do we have a draw offer?
I wouldn't.
Let's go full screen. No.
Okay, she's taking on d6.
What would be the reason?
Yeah, I don't think that Lela would make a draw offer, at least so early, no?
Oh, who knows? If you're having a bad position as a stronger player.
Okay, but does she have that much to worry about still? Or yet? But
now Lela is thinking. So what can Lela do now? She can take on d6. She can push c5 maybe to open the bishop. Just to start being active. I don't know, d7, bishop b7, something like that.
to enter some opposite color bishops, yeah?
Yeah, to have some counter-attacking possibilities. Queen can go to h5 later. Weak spots around the king.
But Nermin will definitely need to play a bit faster. Okay, these are critical moments when you're exchanging pieces and so on. You have to be careful. But 22 minutes with 22 moves is not the ideal situation you're hoping for, but still she's getting a slightly better position against a much stronger opponent, so this does put some pressure on you.
Okay, while Lela is thinking, let's check what's going on in other games. So Queen f6 was played, maybe a good idea, cd, and now Black is thinking, let's get the board. Okay, here we have a move, hang on. Lela just made a move. And it was not the one we expected.
Okay,
so
f5
was played.
All right.
Okay, good try to confuse the opponent. Okay, this is a good option.
Okay, and especially if the f-file gets opened, I definitely do not want to change that bishop on f1 because I would feel that my king is so weak now if the rook joins the party as well. So, and they want to play f4 here, right?
Okay, probably taking on f5, it's a move, I believe. So that white will go for it. Okay, let's just briefly check. Second board, triplication. Arabidze pushing. So after b4, cb, she played queen d4. Dinara, okay, putting pressure. Tsolakidou, under pressure. Ushenina. Long castle.
Okay.
Her opponent managed to escape.
Maybe we can go back just a few moves to see how she answered the g5.
So bishop e7 was played.
Okay. So both of them making long castles
Yeah.
and just saying, okay, this one is not important anymore.
Yep. Okay, she's maneuvering. She wants to bring the knight to h5 at some stage, if it's necessary. Okay, still unbalanced. Stefanova, complicated. Bella Khotenashvili seems to be pushing versus Joanna. This one, we were saying it's tough. And this one looks promising.
That pawn on d6,
up,
yeah.
pawn up. Fatalieva is just winning. So she's in a good shape.
Yes, we will hope for. Actually, we're hoping that everybody is in good shape so that we will see some very interesting chess.
I agree.
And especially the reigning champion, right?
Yeah. Any particular interesting game?
Maybe you wanted to check up on Bodana? Board 29.
Yep. Okay, she seems to be doing very well. Yep. Yeah, she's good.
Yeah, and Anastasia having only 8 minutes.
Yeah, c5 will be played. And after c5, she's having a great initiative. So, for example, okay, e4 first you need to protect, but then c5 is coming. Black is on the wall. Sorry. So c5 first.
And you will need some time to get that knight back into the game, right?
Exactly.
While my bishop is strong on b7.
Exactly. Bodana doing great, but the problem with, I think, is her rating. That she was playing here fabulously, but now she's stagnating a bit, or in terms of rating, because if I'm not mistaken, last year her rating here was the same.
Last year she had 2065.
Now it's 27.3.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's a bit surprising,
young, right?
because I was expecting her to jump to 22 very quickly.
But she's only 10 years old.
Yeah, I know this.
So,
I know this, but still the level of her play was really awesome.
let's see if it went up and down like our engine bars today. Okay, it's only going up, and yeah, she was almost 22 actually. She was 21.96. So yeah, she was very close, and that was September last year. So she dropped a little bit, and she's coming back up, let's see.
Yeah, let's go full screen a bit. Let's maybe go through cameras to have a feeling what's going on. So first board, I would say that, yeah, it's really a mess now. And the way how the players are seated, actually, it's the case. Yeah, Nino is thinking, but Yasmin is quite solid. Then the next one, second board.
We have Anastasia Kirtadze with the white pieces and Teodora not sitting at the moment.
Yeah, Teodora seems to be happy with her position. Then board number 3. I think that Arabidze is just crushing toward Terbe. She took on a7. I think she's doing great. She's doing great.
And yet having this super focus just to get her game to the end without any mistakes.
Then the next one.
Tsolakidou on the board, thinking while Teresa is having a stroll.
And Stavroula is there. It's not Stavroula's position because Stavroula likes to play this Sicilian and the mess, but here it's a bit different dynamics, I would say. And then we have Dinara Wagner.
Board number 5.
She's always quite confident with the white pieces. And it seems to me that she's pushing versus Bosnichkova. And then board number 6.
Narmin Abdinova.
F5 was just played. Let's get the camera.
Having board number 5.
F5 was played by Lela, and Narmin is still thinking. That means that this is a successful idea.
And I see that Narmin actually does not have a title yet, even though she's 2165. So yeah, she's at least WFM. That's what we know for sure. I don't know if she has any other norms collected. Maybe she's trying to reach something else directly instead of going step by step.
And we have a next board.
Board number 7, Anna Ushenina is taking a walk.
Pavlidou is thinking.
And as soon as I said that someone is taking a walk, they appear on the camera with the coffee or just taking something, as Anna did here, which is normal, but maybe we're summoning them somehow.
And we have Yildiz, board number 8 versus Stefanova. Yeah, Antoaneta. Okay, it's a long time, but it's the same as her opponent. And that's our last, or we have one more?
We have one more, board number 9, Bella Khotenashvili versus Jovana Eric.
Yes.
And guys, it's actually quite interesting once you see the bird view again. We can tell you and repeat this, but the main boards are in the center of the playing hole. This is not something you see very often, but I really like the idea because you get the heart of the tournament in the center of the playing hole.
Yeah, and everyone else is feeling that he's around top players, so it's not that they are so far away.
Yeah.
Wherever you play,
isolated.
Yeah,
somewhere.
wherever you play, how bad you're doing, you will be close to those players. Maybe just to reveal some facts regarding statistics. So in total, the number of players, and also we have some titled players.
Well, the statistics say that we have 7 Grandmasters, 24 International Masters, and 5 FIDE Masters, plus 22 WGM, 20 WIM, and 25 WFM. Of course, we have this candidate master titles as well, but in total we have 111, a very interesting number, 111 of titled players. But of course, you have this situation, as I've mentioned, with Narmin, that she is above 2100, so she is for sure at least a WFM, but she officially does not have a title. This is, of course, player's preference. It does not have to do with anything else, but we know that she has earned it. And regarding the total number of players, we have 136, which is a good number because you do not have an odd number of players, meaning that nobody will get a free day and a free point. So this is what we usually want to see in the tournaments, that you have to fight for every single point. So yeah. And yeah, I see a lot of Georgian flags. I know that we've mentioned this, but guys, in the top 10 you have 4 players from Georgia. Batsiashvili, Arabidze, Javakhishvili and Khotenashvili Bella, which is amazing. I mean, we know that Georgia has a lot of rich chess history for both men and women, but it's very interesting to see in every single tournament that they have a lot of representatives. And yeah, I haven't mentioned the rest of the starting list. Some players that we have not mentioned: Coulon Claudia, Baidulaeva Govar, Danilian Elena, Deolit Cornet, Mekrchian, Fatalieva Narva Maive, Gutierrez, Malcevskaya, Atalik, Mile Sophie, Sochko Monica, Roiber Celine, Bulaga, Kielbasa Olivia, Kishart Pauline, Gaponenko, Mamadova, Slevichka, Savina, Brunello, and so on. We have a lot of strong players, a lot of youth championesses, European or world or so on, and we will touch more about this, but we have a very, very interesting lineup of the players.
I think that Georgians are well determined and motivated because the World Cup this year is taking place in Georgia. If I'm not mistaken, it's in July. So always to be present at your home ground, it's something which is cool. So you could see that many of them are here and they are eager to play that World Cup, Women World Cup. If I'm not mistaken, it's Tbilisi. Batumi?
Yeah.
Sorry.
In July, from 5th till the 29th of July.
So it's in Georgia, but I got it wrong, so it's Batumi. Yeah, in Batumi we'll also have European Team Championship, which will take place in October. So this year focus is on Georgia chess, and if I'm not mistaken, Dragana, that the next year European Individual Disc Championship will take place in Georgia as well.
We can check in a bit.
So a lot of events, and some players will be visiting Georgia for some time.
Batumi, Georgia European Women's Chess Championship, 2026. We do not have the dates, but Oh, we have yet another tournament in Rhodes next year, the European Senior Team Chess Championship. I believe that they will love this place. It's,
And how about youth championship?
And the youth Rapid and Bliss is in Poland. The standard is in Pardubice in Czech Republic in July. European Club Cup will be in Budva, Montenegro.
But I think youth is...
Youth Chess Championship Rhodes,
But what did you say standard?
Let me check then.
You mentioned something.
Standard, but it's a team. The team championship is in Czech Republic, and the standard is in Rhodes, from 30th of October.
And right after this tournament, FIDE or World Youth Rapid and Blitz Championship is taking place. I think the arrival date is the same as the departure day from this event.
Okay.
So a lot of events here.
Tight schedule.
Bella, let's get the board. Bella seems to be pushing. Nino, not much has happened. She's thinking. Injac, jumped on d4, so now the profile or type of the game has been changed. Arabidze, it looks that it's a game over. Let's get the camera on that board number 3, because we might get a resignation very soon. Board number 3. because it's now dead lost. Plus 3.5, it's just... Because if you go knight f6, I can even take.
Yeah, even that is a possibility, yeah.
So I think that she was thinking that now this rook on a1 is hanging, but Arabidze has had different plans. And now if you take on a1, it's a checkmate. So she needs to find something.
And it might not be possible to find something.
Yeah,
at this
let's go
moment,
full screen. Let's check. Is her opponent ready maybe to... Yeah. To resign? What's
She
your...
does not like the position for sure, but I don't think that we will see such a short resignation. But we might stay for just a couple of moments to see if we get lucky, maybe, to capture the end of the game live. But yeah, definitely it is not the dream position you will...
Yeah, let's get the board back. I will show you once again that this bishop h3 is sort of killing the game. If you go queen c7 or queen d6, there is bishop f4. No need to hurry, but also bishop d7. Queen d7 is just, yeah, you're just winning some rook d1 and so on. So I'm curious to see what will Zuzana play. Time trouble is approaching. I will maybe recheck what's going on in the playing hall. Maybe we can go for a shorter break, maybe 7 minutes. 7,
So
8,
if you just refill your
Yeah.
coffee cups
Yes.
prior to the most interesting
we will do
moment.
the same and then we will
Yeah.
catch the time trouble. So let's have a break.
Stay tuned.
Chess moves. Smart. Free eSIM, smarter. At Global Cell, we believe in empowering connection on and off the chessboard. That's why we've partnered with the European Chess Union to bring you a gift as strategic as the game itself. A free eSIM with 100 megabytes of data. Staying connected has never been this simple. Just scan the QR code, install your eSIM, and enjoy seamless global connectivity. Global Cell supports over 190 countries. Global Cell and the European Chess Union, a checkmate for connectivity.
This is a chance. This is a war. Everyone wants to be a winner. But the path to victory is lonely. Chess Robot, the smartest, most advanced AI chess robot. It turns chess into an exciting game of progression. Mastering 25 levels will transform you from a beginner to a grandmaster. Not into level ups, challenge the AI instead. Set the difficulty, make it breeze, or push it beyond your limits. It's incredibly smart, just like a max-level human. Equipped with a camera like an eye, Sense Robot combines advanced algorithms to capture every change on the chessboard and accurately pick up pieces with its robotic arm. Access the Planet Alliance function to connect and play chess online with friends from all over the world. Here you will find players of all skill levels. Flip the board and play as white. The candidate to get started. New to chess? We've got a better way. Sense Robot offers a variety of learning methods to help you improve. As you can see, Sense Robot provides various learning modules, including chess courses, AI practice, class game review, and off-book play. You'll level up your skills in no time. Let's start the endgame practice, featuring 145 carefully selected classic endgames. Now you have a greater chance to become a winner. This is Sense Robot. Today, chess all in AI.
Chess moves. Smart. Free eSIM, smarter. At Global Cell, we believe in empowering connection on and off the chessboard. That's why we've partnered with the European Chess Union to bring you a gift as strategic as the game itself. A free eSIM with 100 megabytes of data. Staying connected has never been this simple. Just scan the QR code, install your eSIM, and enjoy seamless global connectivity. Global Cell supports over 190 countries. Global Cell and the European Chess Union, a checkmate for connectivity. Chess moves. Smart. Free eSIM, smarter. At Global Cell, we believe in empowering connection on and off the chessboard. That's why we've partnered with the European Chess Union to bring you a gift as strategic as the game itself. A free eSIM with 100 megabytes of data. Staying connected has never been this simple. Just scan the QR code, install your eSIM, and enjoy seamless global connectivity. Global Cell supports over 190 countries. Global Cell and the European Chess Union, a checkmate for connectivity.
I hope that you refilled your coffees because we are coming back and we are very close to the time trouble.
Yeah, we already have some games finished. For example, our reigning champion showed her class today with a sort of effortless win. Let's get the board. So Ulya Fatalieva just won the game versus Alice Dyson, and it was this Catalan, Bishop A5. Ulya is playing with huge confidence here, and it pays off, building a strong center. And the point of this Bishop A5, just once again, it was Kramnik's move and some other players. They say if Black manages to play C5 and get away with this C backward pawn, that he or she will be very fine. So the point is to stop that push, and B4 is the move, but it's tricky. Yeah, Kramnik played a lot of games in Michael Z because, if, for example, this bishop can stay out of the play later, cannot come back to the game. But here, the way how the game was conducted, White was just dominating on both sides and in the end collecting the piece. Very nice win by Ulya two pieces, collecting everything in the end, making the most prosaic way. So, good win for her, starting the tournament in convincing way.
Exactly.
You mentioned some other. We have one drawn game.
Yeah. So, which is the first upset? So, I don't know if the poll is closed or not, but
not yet.
Definitely, the first option goes out of the way.
Zero upsets. That's not the case. We already have one 250 rated points different, and once again it was shown that it's tricky to play versus Catalan. If you're a solid player and you want to win the game with the black pieces, Catalan might be a tricky choice to deal with. And always this bishop a6 can be a motive. Oh, f5.
And when you say Catalan, for me, immediately in my mind, the course of Papayonau comes to mind, because I actually do not play d4 or the Catalan, but I have some friends who play, and all of them have watched the course, and they have all been mesmerized by the content. So yeah, and he has told us in the studio some of the previous interviews that it's one of his favorite openings.
Yeah,
so,
Today I would say that if you are a white player playing d4, then Catalan must be part of your repertoire. So guys, put it on bucket list. If you don't have it and you are the ones playing closed openings, go with the Catalan.
And who would you also say that is an expert in Catalans as well? For some model games, for example.
Okay, of course, Kramnik. Kramnik is the one. Magnus played it in the World Championship match versus Nepo. Then we have Aronian, also playing a lot of Catalans with the white pieces. And then you have, like, for example, like Boris Avruch writing book about Catalan. Boris Gelfand was also a player who was playing Catalan with white. Now Maxim Rostein. Maxim played Catalan, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, his last round win, where he shared now first place in recent Romania, was exactly Catalan opening, winning with the white pieces, then catching the leaders, sharing first place. So Eliano, for example, they were all Catalan players, and of course I cannot skip my competitors, Denko Kozul, because he was playing, I would say, like a different way. He would always sacrifice at least one pawn, maybe sometimes even two. So I would say that Catalan can be played in two ways. One way is that you're putting some pressure over the diagonal, but you want to squeeze positionally. And there are players who are there to sacrifice one or two pawns and in the exchange, and to crash with combination of like this position, we can get it on the board. This is typical Zdenko Kozul style, where he's dominating on the queen side and then trying to prepare the attack. Typical. But here the draw was agreed. Let's go to the first board. Excuse me, with the camera.
Bless you.
Yeah. So at that first board we have something, which is completely different, but I wanted to go to another board. Let's say maybe this Arabidze board. So this is a board number 3. This is a typical way of playing Catalan, for example, with the white pieces of the players who want to sacrifice. So let's get the board back. So board number 3. This is a typical, I would say, like super fighting Catalan, when you suddenly sacrifice and then you put the pressure with your bishop, and then that bishop decides the issue. But as I said, there are some players who are ready to exchange the bishops and then play some endgame, penetrating. So it's complicated, but Catalan is must have if you are a d4 player. And also I would say these days you need to have something against Catalan, because I think it's more like tempting that you dig deep into Ragozin, Queen's Gambit, and Catalan we will see later. And I see that many players like super prepared against d4, knight c3, knight f3 stuff, but they're struggling against cattle. So let's get the board. So first board, bishop f6 just played, and we will have a severe time trouble. And Yasmin she's doing really good.
Yeah, this is move number 23. Yeah, and she's under 10 minutes trying to reach the move number 40. So yeah, we will have.
But anyway,
decisions.
I don't believe that she will have like a huge problem in the time trouble. Well, let's see how she's doing. Let's go full screen. What do you think? Is she nervous or not?
She seems calm somehow, but
yeah, I would say that she's like a little bit worried and focused, but Nino is also, I would say. Yeah, it's still hard to say, but anyway, the game will still move on with some super complicated bet. So,
and I like this position. Once again, f3 is always a motive. It's opening up. You need to be aware of your king if it gets weaker or not. So I like her position somehow. I know the engine bar says white is better, okay, but it does give you some chances still.
Yeah, I would agree with
It's
it.
Playable, I would say.
So, what do you expect, Dragana, from the games? We can maybe make a stroll. Okay, the move now just played. We can make a stroll. Camera one by one. What do you think? Who is nervous? Who is not?
Okay, let's have this quick tour before we go back with the moves. Okay, so we have board number 2 at the moment. You can see that Teodora is above the chessboard. Okay, we have a move on the board, h5 being played, and she is very focused at the moment, as you can see. And okay, we're approaching time trouble, so this is definitely normal. Let's go to the next board. We did expect, or we were thinking whether we will get a resignation over here, but it is still not the case. Arabidze Meri is still playing. And yeah, okay, so basically she had this problem with the rook on d7 after bishop h3, and she has given the check on c5 and retreated her queen on e7, but still the black is completely lost. So let's go to the next board, and you can see on her face that she realizes, she knows, but she feels like she needs to play one more or a few more moves, or at least try. So board number 4, we have Teresa Rothstein versus Tsolakidou. Still nothing is decided. Let's go quickly to the next board. Board number 5, Dinara Wagner versus Simona Buchnitskova. Yeah, you can feel when we're strolling around, you can feel that everybody is on their tiptoes, and that time trouble is already here.
So where to stay? Which game to focus? So Arabidze, I'm expecting that we have a killer. So maybe we should stick to that board. Let's have the board and the camera.
Queen e7 was just played.
Yeah. Since here, it seems to me that white just needs to finish her off. So maybe bishop g5 springs to mind. Do you see anything else? Let me think.
I see a result. I see a result on board number 11.
Okay.
Baidulaeva has won.
So Badelka is very well prepared, and around here, as we mentioned, so it was Muradli versus Navara. So after b6, she played d6, which is okay. Queen d6 I was mentioning is a move for black, but b6, d6, took on e4, being 2 pawns up. Yeah.
It looks so simple when somebody else is playing.
Yeah.
Like,
but I
yeah,
like
of
how she
course.
plays. This is very nice. This is very nice. Very nice.
Yeah.
How was her tournament, last European
Yeah, we can
Championship?
check in a
So
bit.
I know that she was doing well. So in the meantime, let's go back to our Arabidze versus Sterbes. So I was thinking some crazy stuff. Bishop e3.
Last year she finished 11th.
Takes, and this was my point. To deflect. 11th. Okay, so she actually was one place out of the qualification to the World Cup. So here, of course, if you take, it's checkmate. So Bishop g5 played, but Bishop e3, I think it's a nice touch. I like those moves. Invisible moves, placing the piece on opponent's square. Of course, Bishop g5 does the same job, but somehow Bishop e3 is more
It looks more
sexy,
attractive,
let's
yeah.
call it, yeah. So Bishop e3, it's a cool move. Yeah, guys, thanks for your support. I see that we are having at some points more than 300 viewers simultaneously. Thanks for that. Yeah, follow the event. Try to give the support for ladies. It's not easy for them to act as professionals. Many of them are doing.
Sorry to interrupt, but we have, maybe we can go full screen.
Full screen, we have a result there.
Board number
After
3.
Bishop g5, she just resigned. Croatian arbiter Nena Doric is taking the score sheets.
Yeah, so looks like an easy win for Meri. She knows if it was easy or not, of course, but it's definitely a good start and a very attractive one as well. Okay, so in the first, let's say in the top 20 pairings, we already have results on board number 3. We have a result on board number 11. Board number 15, Fatalieva has won. Board number 16, Mainarva has won. Board number 19, Ekaterina Atalik has won. And board number 20, we have a draw.
Yeah, let's get the camera back and let's go with the camera. Board and the camera, let's go to board number 1. But I'll just show the final position here. So after knight f6, I believe that she wanted to take with the rook. Maybe this was the concept.
And some bishop f6,
Yeah,
right?
I was thinking about this, and rook f1. If you go bishop f2, probably everything wins. King g2 even, the simplest way.
Simple chess.
Yeah. So this game we can forget. Let's go to the first board. So here, yeah, it's a mess. It's a mess. 4 minutes on the clock for Yasmin. 15 moves. b5. It looks a little bit unnecessary. Second board, it's a bigger mess. And here
things are heating up.
Yep. Stavroula is also having a hard time here. Dinara seems to be doing well. Lela is going all in. Her opponent is super long time. And
38 seconds.
yes. Okay, let's stay here for a second because I believe that Lela will start playing a little bit faster.
Not to let her
Olga on
opponent.
the last seconds. How many moves? Okay, still, but she's solid enough to save this one. So she went out of the problems. Diamante Daulit is under pressure. Dinara has won the game, as you mentioned. Okay, let's maybe...
Gulnar seems to be struggling. Or at least the engine bar says so.
Let's stay. And this game, Narmin versus Lela. Let's go with the camera. This is board number 6. Queen h5 just played. Let's go full screen. How many seconds? 4 seconds, and the move played.
Very tough when you have to play.
Okay,
on your
here the
last
point
seconds.
was that if you do something, there is queen h2. Nice trick. Let's get the board to show you this. So this was the concept. So here, after, for example, bishop b6, there is queen h2 and a nice mating net. So that's why she took on e5. But hang on, queen f3 now.
Is this the last position, yeah?
Yeah. Queen e3, rook e8, and then rook f8. How do you defend against the checkmate? I don't know, because if you push, I go back. So Lela will now probably play queen f3. So let's go full screen.
And this just might be another
Is she there to
handshake,
play
yeah?
this move? And queen f3, I believe, will happen.
She is considering this for sure. Is there any other way to defend? I don't think so. If you need to give up the exchange in order to continue the game, it's most probably game over, right?
Yep.
It might seem that you have this d6 and a5 pawns, but it shouldn't be enough in such a position. Queen f3,
Yes.
yeah, and did she play this? I think so.
Yeah.
I definitely need to get my glasses.
Yes, queen f3.
Queen f3,
Sunglasses
okay.
or no sun at Rhodes now?
No sun yet.
Queen f3 played or not? Yes, queen is on f3, but then the move was played. So
It's not updated
Yet.
somehow, yeah?
we're a little bit slower than expected. Yeah, queen is definitely on f3. Queen is not on h5.
And did she play king f1?
Yes. King f1, and now she takes the queen. Rook, that's game over. Queen g2, king e2. Sorry. Oh, I'm blundering.
Wait, but we still do not have the board, so nobody saw.
Okay. Thanks, Dragana. Yeah, I was thinking some. Okay. So how do you lock the king now?
So maybe we get the board?
Yeah, let's
right?
get the board and let's try to find the win. So how to...
Okay, so I have checks on h1, I have a check on a6. You have to cover all of those.
Correct.
And what about the check on a6 and then on h1? Aha, okay, you have king g1, of course.
Yes. So queen h1 springs to mind, or queen g2, I don't know. Maybe queen h1 is a little bit more to the point. And just say no. Hang on. Buddy, what do you want? Where should we go? How to finish him off or finish her off. So rook e5, if I go, at least engine bar
Okay, it's not mad at us.
Yes.
Okay.
So I think that if you take that, this will be winning, if I got it correctly. So I'm taking the rook, so this is game over. So you need to take with the queen. Okay, when you take with the queen, maybe I should combine. So this check, yeah, but the check, it seems that black should do something.
What about a simple bishop f8? I know that this
Bishop?
screams bishop, rook f8. I know that this screams
But
for
there is
tactics,
not red. This one is.
okay.
So, yeah,
Alright.
that was actually Dragana I was thinking about. Maybe rook. But rook e8. So you want to play rook e8. Queen e8. This is something you're threatening. Is it some super subtle move, bishop c6?
And I want to give a check
I'm not
on
touching.
yeah, and you want to give a check on h1. You want to play rook e8.
Okay, I'm not.
should be
Okay,
an idea.
I want to play queen g8, queen g2, rook e8.
Okay, so you're.
So I played the move and
Queen is
then
not-
I was afraid to check the bar. So bishop c6. So this is the move. So queen g2, rook e5, and then bishop c6. So Lela is thinking.
And what about the simple queen g2 and rook f2?
Bishop is protecting.
Oh my god, okay,
Second
I keep forgetting about the bishop and
Okay,
e7, okay.
This guy looks like a pawn. I agree.
Or maybe your coffee is not strong enough, I don't know. Late flights, guys, late flights.
So, okay.
Okay,
You can follow Lela. We can go full screen. Okay. Sorry for that. Late planes and catched cold. We will try to update you with the camera, and board 29 is Savina versus Bodana, so we will try to get the camera on that board as well.
and we will have this movement in a bit.
That's
It is
something
confirmed.
which is nice. So let's go back to the first board. Let's go get the board. So the move was played, we were around here, and it seems to me that black started to play too passively. And now Yasmin
You mean Nino is consolidating, yeah?
Okay, there was some tactics with rook e2, f3, and then this one was hanging, so this is the reason why Nino is covering that square. Knight e7.
Okay, let me check if we have somebody on her last seconds.
So let's combine it. So second board, it's a mess. Teresa Rostein versus Stavroula, she's pushing. We are waiting for the move here. Lela is still thinking. Ushenina, it's a mess. Stefanova seems to be struggling. Let's have the camera on that board. And we got an additional camera, but we'll show you. We can show you just briefly that you check this is Savina versus Bodana. Just briefly to show, but we will full screen, we can show you that camera we just added. So,
Yeah, this is Savina versus Bodana, as you've mentioned. It's nice to have this dynamic camera movement so that you can basically see everything. And yeah, maybe we would go back to the board in just a few seconds.
yeah, let's go back to the board number 1. So no, let's go to Stefanova, because there I sense some problem. It's a board number, camera number 8, and we can get the board. So Antoaneta is inside a big mess. So let's get the board number, camera number 8. Hang on. So what's going on here? Taking on e4 is bad because rook d. Okay, white is on the move.
White's on the move, yeah.
Okay, she can maybe start playing something, but okay, knight c6 this is a threat. Okay, knight g5 is always possible, but maybe no need for that. Okay, this is a huge
And
mess. If I take on d5,
At some point you need to take with the knight, yeah, because of the pin.
but then knight e4 is coming.
E3 might be hanging, but still not enough, yeah.
Something like this should just win or spot this or other knight. So I think that Antoaneta is really having a tough time now.
Which, yeah, taken on d5.
Alright, let's go full screen, let's see. It's a real mess.
Yeah, she does seem worried. Lela is still thinking.
But here Antoaneta is struggling.
I see in the comment section that we have a nice win by Eline Roybers, but we can check it after the time trouble, since the game is already over, and stay here in the most important moments. Only 37 seconds
Yes.
for black on the first board. It's hard to choose which one to follow. And yeah, Antoaneta has recaptured with the knight, and she has allowed knight e4. So what's her idea?
I'm not sure, but yeah, she needs to play something because anyway she couldn't take with the, let's get the board back, she couldn't take with the e because the knight was hanging. So this is a necessity, because if, what else, either you take with the knight, this one or that one, ed is not working, so that was actually the problem. That's why she took on d5, and now Elif is thinking. How old is Elif?
Let me check in a bit.
But she's doing great. Maybe if she wins this, win of her career, maybe.
Might be, yeah. She is 16 or 17 years old.
Yeah, very good.
Yes.
Antoaneta is.
I would be very ecstatic if I won versus
She took on d5.
No, 94.
Okay, but now if I go rook d5.
Because you have to, yeah?
Yeah, no need for. Well, I can also take with the e.
Okay.
Only not with the knight because of knight e4. So that was a miss. Let's go full screen. Let's try to see.
And we have another move? Or not? No? Okay.
And she will take with the pawn. Okay, the worst is over. C3 was played. Kicking the knight. And she wants to take on d5. Slightly better position for white, but still not a lost one.
Okay, but if you count in that you had this position with knight e4, it's a very huge difference, right?
Antoaneta is thinking, is there any way to muddy the waters? Knight c6 springs to mind. She will be a pawn down, but at least the game goes on. Knight d3, rook's endgame. So she goes to d3.
And knight c6, it's a6 is hanging as well if you play it.
So knight d3, cd3. Okay, now I don't believe that Antoaneta will lose this one. So it will be, she of course is having a horrible pawn structure, but I don't believe that she will lose this one. So let's go back to the first board. Let's get the camera there. What's going on here? Last seconds. It's a mess. But Nino seems to be doing very well. Let's get the board back to show you. So this is the situation.
And how many moves are left? 7, 8. Okay, with only 20 seconds on the clock. But I already have a rook on a6. The pawn on f6, the bishop on f6
the clock is ticking, and rook a8. Okay, she can resist, she can take.
Seems like there is no trouble for Nino here, yeah?
Yeah, I think she's
maybe we can go to
comfortable
the
in the
second
driving
board.
seat. This one is much better. Let's go to the second board. Bigger drama. Teodora is having a super complicated position.
She rearranged her pieces so that the queen is not up front, but in the middle of the b-line.
Usually Alekhin's guns would be queen at far back.
Maybe there wasn't time to arrange such a setup. And now white has already pawns on h5, g5, g4. It looks way more dangerous than since we left. Of course.
1 minute. Anything else going on?
I'm following the Lela's game, and she still hasn't made a move which puts her in the worst time position. Let's say maybe she wants to calculate everything prior to making the winning move.
40 seconds less.
Yeah.
25. Lela needs to make up her mind.
And she played bishop a6.
She repeated the moves. Really?
Is it a repetition?
Once it is only.
Yep. Okay, gaining 30 seconds back.
Yeah, let's get the camera of that board. So it's board number Stavroula made the draw, board number 6. So let's get the camera board number 6. We can stay with full screen. So she's thinking. 20 seconds. Really? She will? She will repeat the moves?
I don't think that she will make a draw, but that's already 3 times.
Not
yes.
Yet.
Yeah. They ended.
Oh, let's go to the board number 2.
We will discuss this in a bit.
Now
but
they are touching the board and
making a scramble.
Yeah, bishop c6. She's offering that move. Let's stay for a second here. So will Lela now say, "Oh yes, bishop c6"?
Seems like some kind of realization.
Yeah. Okay, let's go here. Let's go board number 2 with the camera.
Okay, coming back to yet another mess.
Teodora is thinking. This
Rook
is
f7.
Yeah.
Okay.
8 more moves.
Okay. And you can take on b2 as well. Or you cannot. So sharp. And you have to calculate this with only 50 seconds on the clock. Of course, she has been calculating this previously. h6 and a3 on the board as well, since the 30 seconds when we left. So fast calculations need to be done here. Taken on b2 with a check. King b1. Wait, but the engine bar suddenly, you had to go on b1, right? Where else? Or was some rook b2 an option? Looks strange, but...
Yeah, I don't know really. Trying to grasp. Maybe just now taking the rook on f7. Teodora is thinking. Let's go full screen, that you see it closer.
Some of the most important
we are
moments,
full screen.
yeah?
Sorry, my bad, I forgot. So, queen a6 played. Oh, very good idea. Let's get the board back.
I just want to sacrifice.
Very cool-headed idea. So if you take king moves, I don't know, you bring the rook, there is this queen a2. Very cool-headed idea by Teodora, and white is checkmated. So queen a6. Very nice touch. Now it's white turn, 30 seconds. And what is she up to? Hang on. She fell for that trick. Queen a2.
Maybe we can go full screen.
Let's go full screen. Queen a2 wins, right?
Yeah, and seems like she has just realized that.
No, I'm not sure that it wins. Hang on. Because queen takes a2, check. b1 first, wins. Yes, and when she takes, she forgot about promotion.
Wait.
It's a checkmate. b1 is a checkmate. Am I missing something? It's a checkmate.
Yes.
Let's get the board back. Guys, it's a checkmate.
Okay, maybe it's another.
But checkmate was missed?
Yeah. Okay, let's go back.
Really? Did she miss the checkmate? b1, queen b1, checkmate. You can sacrifice the rook and that's it. I was sure that she spotted it. She blundered the checkmate, and now she played what? Rook a4 in the game is lost. White is winning.
No.
White is winning. Can you believe? White is winning now.
Wait.
What's going on? Checkmate. Come on.
No. Such a miss. Wait.
But this
Are we getting the moves? They
yes,
played the few moves?
b1. And now probably there is some rook g7, rook f8 or something.
Yeah.
What a mess.
Wait, but I'm still threatening checkmate.
Okay, I will deflect the rook, I believe. So this is probably the point. No fun for white, for black. This is really shocking. Is there any time trouble? We will come back here. Any time trouble? Dinara Wagner.
Board number 5, yeah.
Yeah, 40 seconds. Let's go with the camera there. So many things going on. Stefanova, it's the move 37. Okay, still. So let's stay maybe with Dinara Wagner.
Board and camera
Let's get
number
the camera,
5.
yeah. Board
Yeah.
number 5.
They should be around move 40.
Yeah, 3 more moves. But that was a checkmate. I really cannot believe.
Ah, so unfortunate, and I'm sure that she has seen it at some point, but okay, last seconds. Dinara made a move. Last 10 seconds, knight f5 played. White is a pawn up, but it still is complicated. So we're slowly approaching the end of the first time scramble of the tournament, and guys, as we've just witnessed, it definitely did bring some shakeups.
Okay, let's get the board as well, just to show to the viewers what's going on here. So rook d1 played, 20 seconds.
Antoaneta Stefanova is also in her last seconds.
Which move is that?
.39.
Knight d2 played, okay. She's heading for a checkmate. Okay, the idea is, of course, knight goes to f3 and rook checkmates. So it can be tricky now. Dinara will need to defend against it. It's not easy at all. Which move to play? How do you stop it? Hang on, another crazy thing. So Dinara is nervous, it's logical because she sees that she might be checkmated. 70 seconds, 10 seconds.
She played.
What did she play? She knight d6, knight f3 now.
Knight f3.
If you take on e4, okay. So maybe.
So that you can take on f3, yeah.
So how should now I bring? Maybe I should start with g5. Okay. Not clear. Okay, this is complicated. Now black needs to think. Last move. 40 seconds. How to play it with the black.
Dinara found the resource that she needed.
Yeah, very important one. So bishop e2, g5, g6. I don't believe g6 is a move, but it can be. Okay, this is really now tough. Last move, where to go?
The very important one, okay.
So
She's reaching out to the knight. Knight f3. Did she play knight f3?
Probably the best move. And then after knight
If
e4.
you take on e4?
Okay.
What's going on?
So knight e4.
Bishop e2 maybe?
Yes. Which rating you have?
I will increase it.
Yeah.
I will
Let's do
increase it. Okay, but it's simple. It was defended on f3. You want to
Okay,
defend
but
it
so
once
many,
again?
I was tempted to go to this diagonal, and that's why my bishop was in this read. Okay, the smoke has cleared. Let's go one by one. But that was really a thriller. In the meantime, you can help us with the results.
Yeah, and we have so many. Okay, let's repeat something and add the new ones. Meri Arabidze won on board number 3. We have the highest upset so far. Teresa Rothstein draw versus Tsolakidou Stavroula. We have a draw in Lela's game. Yeah,
Yes,
we saw that on
mentioned
camera as well. Bella Khotenashvili has won versus Joanna Eric. We have a win of Beidulayeva, win of Elina Danilian, Fatalieva, Narva Mai, Sabrina Vega, Maltsevskaya has won as well, Ekaterina Talik. We have a draw in Sophie Milet's game. Monika Sochko won, Eline Roybers won. We have 3 draws, one by one, next to each other. Pauline Guichard, then we have Ina Gaponenko making a draw, Gulnar Mamadova making a draw. Marina Brunello has won. Jolanta Zawadzka has won, Julia Antolak has won, Josephine Heinemann has won, Lan Yao, Olga Zimina, yet another draw in Evgenia's game, and so on. We have so many Finnish games, of course, since we reached the aftermath of the time scramble.
Okay, so let's start with the main boards. So here the first one. Yeah, now Nino is 2 pawns up, but black is counting on her passers. So let's just briefly check what has happened. So we left around here, takes, rook c5. Okay, g3 was the point. Check. Okay, being a pawn up, 2 pawns up. So king g2 will be played, and she will try to push her pawns, let's say b3, but then there is rook h5, so you need to stop this. She needs to lose some time.
Can you stop it?
Yeah, I think it will just be a checkmate. So I believe that that Nino is just winning. Anastasia, yeah, things happen. Let's go with the camera board number 2.
So unfortunate,
I think that
missing this
Teodora
checkmate.
is devastated because here g6 just wins the spot. Okay, she will count on some perpetual. For example, if now I will get rid of those pawns, I will just move around with the rook. Let's go full screen. Let's see how Teodora, is she there to fight back?
Oh, she must be very angry at herself. I'm sure that she realized what she's missed. And of course, once you play it, and we actually captured the moment her opponent realized that she is losing, and then she was so surprised when the checkmate didn't arrive at the table. Very, very unfortunate, but I guess if you need to have an upset as one of the top seeds, it's better to have it at the beginning of the tournament so that you have more time to come back and just forget that the first round has happened, and then just start like you play 10 rounds instead of 11 and come back. In the meantime, I see that Sandra has greeted us in this time scramble, so greetings to Sandra Djokic, who was a commentator just a few days ago in Romania.
Yes, greetings to our Sandra. She did a great job together with Lena, and I know that she's a big chess fan, so she follows the events anyway. So greetings to Sandra, and except following Sandra, not a bad advice is that you also work on your chess.
Yeah.
So don't just follow. I'm joking. I'm just checking where can we go.
So unfortunate. Once this adrenaline rush finishes and you realize that you could have just finished the game.
Yeah.
But yeah, things happen.
Crazy thing, just to remind you what has happened, but it's a really shocking. Yeah. You were like checkmating too.
Mm-hmm. And I see that somebody wrote, Kirtadze is doing well so far. Georgia doesn't need to worry about the future of the national team. Yeah, actually, unfortunately, it wasn't her call to make whether she will finish the game or not. But so far, at the moment, she's doing great. I see that we will have another camera placement.
Yes.
On Claudia Coulon's game, if I'm not mistaken. Let me check. She's playing against Pidubna Bojeno on board number 10.
10, yeah. So, just briefly to update you with the cameras we have. So now we have camera on board number 2.
Mm-hmm.
Then we have camera on board number 5. Then it's Wagner versus Bochnichkova. Then we have camera number 7. It's Ushenina versus Pavlidou. Board number 8 is Yildiz versus Stefanova. Then we have board number 10, Pidubna versus Coulon.
A new camera.
And then we have Bodana, she's playing board number 29, sorry, versus Savina. And we have one more that should be Zhukova.
Board number 1.
Do we have Zhukova? Okay, one more camera probably will adjust because I see that one camera is on the empty board. So I believe that that camera from empty board will be transferred to, yeah.
By the way, we had another insider info,
Okay.
if I can say. Table 21, Sochka's ending position. That.
Yeah, we will check this. Yeah, so
Maybe we can even see the transfer of the camera so that you see the...
you can see the transfer that's strolling around a bit.
So you get the feeling that you're inside of the playing hall.
Yeah, so here it's, okay, we can stay here. This is a nice view where Bochnikova, are they sisters? I believe they are. So Simona is playing board number 5. And we have board number 30 for Andrea Bochnikova, so I believe that they are sisters. And yeah, you can also
possible,
see
yeah.
Laura Unuk playing with Klean Shukya. So we will have those cameras, maybe to move it a little bit, this camera a little bit back so that you can see we can see the players a little bit better adjusted. A little bit too close.
And somebody's talking in the chat about Teresa Rothstein. Yes, she is married to Maxim, hence the surname. So we do have quite a couple of chess families. It would be interesting to see if Maxim is here as well, or is he supporting her only online? Of course, it should be easier to get some kind of preparations when somebody is next to you, or even just for some confidence or something like that. We all know that Maxim had a great result in Romania that finished the European Championship that finished just a few days ago. So yes, as somebody has mentioned in the chat, great time for the Rothstein family.
Yeah, Maxim was really doing a great job. He crashed Ivanchuk. There was a roller coaster game versus Dudin. Last round was close to perfect. So yeah, he's really...
Yeah, and somebody is saying about Lela's game that they think Lela has won, not drawn, but we actually saw the repetition on the board, so it definitely was a draw. In the meantime, we have a finished game. We can go with the camera. This is board number 1. The game has just finished and Nino has secured her win.
Yes, nice field by Nino, but it was not so easy. Let's get the board back. We can see maybe one. Okay, let's stay with the camera. Maybe they will chat a bit.
Yeah, they stood up, but I guess they are not even allowed to have some kind of analysis, even though the playing hall is quite big. It's spacious. You do not feel crumbled at all. You feel like you have a lot of space. At least this is my feeling when I went inside to see how everything is going. Every single table is divided from the rest. Once again, I mentioned about the placement of the most important boards, the top 9 boards, that it is in the middle of the playing hall, and you can actually see this kind of map on chess results as well.
Yeah, okay, we can go to board number 2. We will have a transfer of the camera number 1. When it happens, we will show this. But at the moment, let's stay here. So Teodora is worried, but still it's not easy. Yeah, I will show once again. It was really, really crazy what has happened. Yeah, I don't know. I'm shocked. Okay, we can show now a little bit the transfer that you see the playing hall. Fast and furious.
Yeah.
Our assistant can do it even slower next time, but yeah.
Okay, I don't think that he is aware that we're
never mind.
actually.
We will tell him. Okay, we will stay with the camera. This is Tončeva because here there was a huge mess. Tončeva was completely winning, and now it's not clear what's going on. So let's get the camera since we are here. Let's get the board, sorry, to show you. So this is the position now, and they are sort of repeating. Tončeva was completely, so +4, completely winning. We left around here. She was an exchange up, and +5, completely winning. And then she blundered that this queen exchange will happen. So now probably any move. Okay, maybe rook d6. Okay, +2.5 probably something. So everything wins. Yeah. So she allowed this queen d4. Maybe she wanted to go for it, but now maybe that was her mistake. She was thinking that knight g4 is just winning the piece because of the pin. And now, okay, still much better. Then g4, you remember what I've said, that this g4 would be the only way for black. And actually it happened. And now it's a real mess.
And now the game starts, yeah.
Yeah, and who knows what will happen. So we have a camera of that board. I don't know about her opponent. I'm not familiar with her. So let's go to the board number 2 just to show once again what has happened. It was really, really crazy. I don't know what to say. It was really crazy. So we were around here. Teodora was maneuvering. Maybe to jump on d4 was not so necessary, but okay, she did it. And then they were like moving back and forth. a3 was played. She took. Queen a6 was a nice try. Queen f1, and I still cannot believe that she missed mate. Because
both of them missed it
I was showing that, for example.
We have another.
Never mind. Okay, let's just. So I was showing that after queen a6, rook g7, king h8, for example, rook f7, there is this checkmate idea. Not checkmate. Okay, checkmate idea with the promotion. But then I spotted that this queen f1, which was played, stops that idea, because after queen f6 takes, check, I'm controlling that square. So you cannot promote. You're promoting, but I'm exchanging the queen. But then I immediately spotted that, hang on, b1 is a checkmate. So b1, I really cannot believe what was missed. Checkmate. Rook a8 was my first plan, which is logical to give it this, but then rook a7, but this one. So mate in 2. I'm trying to recall when was the last time a player of that caliber has missed mate in 2. Really shocking. Really.
Yeah, and you play queen e6 with the idea of sacrificing. You basically have it in your hand. You have it in your mind for sure. I don't know. It's very unfortunate.
Yeah, and then in the end there
was
was this concept of rook f8, important step, because any other move is allowing the checkmate. And now she needs to defend full lost position. I think now the g6 just wins, probably. Take rook g6. If you take rook and probably this just wins. Maybe there is some more simple way. For example, I can maybe move my rook to d7, threatening checkmate. You go here, I take, you take. Probably not. Everything wins. Maybe I can take on c6, just push. Maybe it's just that lost position. Rook f6 is maybe even better try. Maybe to cut and then to
And how do you actually continue the game? Even if you have some kind of chances, you're so angry at yourself, because I'm sure that she spotted that she missed it. She was playing on her last seconds, and I'm sure that she immediately after that realized that she had the checkmate, and now it will be very natural to be angry at yourself, to be, how could have I missed this? And how do you switch that off and try to focus on the position and try to save what's left? It's very unfortunate.
Yeah, crazy, but this is chess. So many upsets. How is our poll doing? Because now it's obvious that we will have plenty.
I don't know actually.
So how many persons voted? I believe now that we
260.
Yeah.
I don't know about the results, but
yep, we will check it. Okay, so let's check the next board. Arabidze won. Rhodes versus Tsolakidou. That was actually a very good game by Teresa. Yeah. Then Dinara is dead lost. Okay, maybe not dead lost. So she was pushing
what happened in this
around
game?
here. So having a stable position. Okay, white is slightly better, for sure. Maybe even more. Then she started to jump with her knights. Everything looks roses, flowers, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, everything looked awesome. And came this bishop e2. So here, around here, maybe this is the moment. She should have been more careful. Is it the moment to play some f4? I don't know. Probably not. It's too early. But it's a moment to find some idea. I'm thinking about knight b6. Is this working? My cheapos from Blitz. Internet chess.
Something?
a5.
Okay.
My tricks from Blitz, online Blitz. So she wanted to do it, but one move slower. And this bishop e2 by Dragana was very good. And threatening a checkmate. If you go king g3, check, and g5, right? But then you can sacrifice and run away.
Maybe first g5?
So first g5, okay, that was my other option. And suddenly white is really struggling. So how the game went? Similar. Ooh, king h7.
She didn't want to take. And what if I take?
Okay, it was, I guess, possible, but maybe she will start climbing. So with this way...
So she wanted to keep the g5 option.
Yeah, now after king g3 she went g5.
Okay.
Very good, because when you take, there is this knight e4. Very good move.
Very precise, actually.
And she's thinking she's dropping the second piece as well.
Wow.
So she will stay with two
very
pieces,
precise.
but she has 5 pawns. I always like to be in driving seat with pieces, but it's a big mess. Lela, just to show once again, her opponent showed her that bishop e6 here, that queen g2. So I said to take. No, first I take. That was my concept. You cannot take with the queen because how do you drop the rook? Hang on. If you take with the rook, then I go. I'm now trying to recall. I forgot my concept.
Queen d1 and bishop g2, probably.
B2 and bishop a6, Dragana, thanks.
Bishop a6, yeah.
More not to give the bishop.
Right, of course.
So queen e5, and then this bishop c6. And that was shown by Narmin, and this wins a game. So what about bishop e5, bishop e3? How do we win? Rook e8 probably. Rook e8, queen somewhere.
Most natural.
Queen somewhere. And now some tactical blow.
But which one?
This engine really forces you to think yourself.
Yep.
Rook e3 doesn't work, this is obvious. So I can give check, but then king g1, and I can only return. So this is not working. So I can start with queen g1, you go up. If I go king h1, it's the same. So something super smart, and I found it. I believe I found it. Bishop d7.
Ah, that's simple. Just I want to play on h3 and that's it.
I'm angry that this guy is forcing me to play chess. I stopped playing. Yeah, okay. So that was the case. Ushenina, okay, she's having fantastic opposite color bishops. Yildiz Stefanova made it, or not yet. Hang on. So she was lost. Antoaneta, we can go with the camera to that board. First maybe to Ushenina, next board, and then...
Antoaneta is board and camera number 8.
Yes. Yep. So here she was lost, but she managed to... black is on the move. I was thinking that white is on the move. Yeah, this will be just a draw. So she can take and I will just liquidate. So it will be a draw. Stefanova has saved herself. What else do we have? We have Khotenashvili winning versus Jovana. Actually, it went a bit too smooth from this embarrassed opening position. Bozena, we have her on the camera. So let's check that game. Pridubna, it's board number 10. That's her. Yeah, just to show you. So the position, okay, she's worse. She's long time, but she's fighting. Danielian won the game. Danielian, she's very tricky with the black pieces. She plays some King's Indian stuff here, and when it's super complicated, she is just like a fish in the water. She just easily finds a way. This one was drawn, but still we don't have a result. Maybe we should ask our colleagues.
What board is this?
Board 13.
Okay.
Lilith won the game. Sabina Vega as well. Okay, let's check Sochko. We got a comment from our dear technician that our client mentioned that we could check that endgame. Let's get the board. So it was...
board the 13 is still going on.
Who said it's wrong?
No, it's still going on. Board 13, that's what they said. Let me see what's going on. They're still playing? Okay. They do have a lot of time, so maybe just thinking a bit more. And in the meantime, I see a comment in the chat.
So board number 13, just to check, sorry. This is, let's get the, this is the game.
Yeah, we have the okay. Well, we were trying to get the info from the
I think that we got the
play
wrong
call.
info from our technician because both players were missing, so he thought that it's a draw.
Okay.
Yeah, so let's get the board.
And yeah, we have a comment in the chat about an interesting upset on board number 58. Maria Kozma, rated only 1800, has won against the woman grandmaster Inga Kurtislava. So maybe afterwards we can take a look at this one. Either ways, kudos to Maria. And what do we have left from the ongoing games? Teodora is still playing, Dinara Wagner is still playing, Anna Ushenina, Antoaneta Stefanova, Bozhena
Yeah,
Petrova.
let's check this game of Sochko. So we stopped here. So it was an end game, 4 versus 3. Okay, nice maneuver. This is Magnus Carlsen style. Okay, king. Very nice from Monica. Okay, guys, remember this. That was awesome. From this point, this king became a super active piece, and this is the case in endgame. So kudos to Monica. Very well played. You see how this king became an active attacker, just conquering the pawn. Brilliant.
Yeah,
I
it
love
looks so simple
and
now.
then
that you
open
look
the
at it.
doors for the h-pawn.
The winning maneuver.
King g8, brilliant.
Great.
Okay, it resembles a little bit this famous Ding's game when king entered to h8. But guys, this is a really model game how to activate the king. Kudos, bravo Monica.
And I was actually flying with the same flight yesterday as Monica, so we arrived very late. Our flight was delayed and so on. We arrived late at the hotel as well, so around 1:30 a.m. or something like that. So still, it looks like she wasn't bothered at all by this inconvenience, and she managed to find this great maneuver. Kudos to Monica.
This game, Krasteva as a favorite, she's struggling. She needs to show good technique to draw the game. Whom else? Manos Šipke lost the game, 22-50. So, shall we stick to which game? Hang on. Skesaria won to maybe Bodana?
We have them on the camera as well.
Yeah, let's go with the camera.
29.
29, Savina, Bodana. Savina is really long time. Let's get the camera. Okay, she won't be able to win this one, I believe. Let's go full screen maybe.
Both of them deep in their thoughts, of course. It feels like so. I thought that more time has passed. In the same time, it feels like the time is passing fast and a bit slowly. I don't know how to explain it, but we have so many games finished, which is of course normal for the first round, but at the same time we have so many upsets. So quite an interesting first day. I was expecting upsets in the poll, I would vote 5-10, I guess. But yeah, we might have gotten even more upsets. If you only look at the top 10 boards, you have a few. So quite an interesting start of this tournament. And guys, another very interesting information is that basically the complete tournament is broadcasted live. So you have all of the games on live boards, which is not a very common tradition, I would say, on the tournaments. Basically, we have 68 games that are transmitted. So kudos to the organizers.
So Bodana is thinking, Rook c5 was played. Okay, Bodana is counting to cut the king, I believe. But okay, still it won't be so easy. Regarding active games, not many are left, but we have something like 25. Maybe we can just briefly make a stroll and then we go for a short break and then catch the last moments. So Teodora got some small chance. Let's get the board to show you the situation. So Teodora is having some small board number 2.
Board number 2, yeah.
So some Small chances there. Rook e7 probably was not necessary, and this c5 abandoning the c pawn. Technique a little bit suspicious. Dinara is okay, is maybe still safe enough for a draw, but it won't be clear. Then we have Ushenina. Okay, she's winning. Stefanova will make a draw. Pidubla, it's a mess, but she seems to be doing fine. Chelushkina, they're still playing. Teodora is drawn. Oh, the game might take some time. This one, okay, quite drawn, but still the game goes on. Bodana is thinking. Toncheva, a big mess, but probably black is safe enough. Laura Unuk is pushing a bit. Yeah, many games still unclear. We can go for a short break and then we'll come back for final moments. See you soon.
Chess moves. Smart. Free eSIM. Smarter. At Global Cell, we believe in empowering connection on and off the chessboard. That's why we've partnered with the European Chess Union to bring you a gift as strategic as the game itself. A free eSIM with 100 megabytes of data. Staying connected has never been this simple. Just scan the QR code, install your eSIM, and enjoy seamless global connectivity. Global Cell supports over 190 countries. Global Cell and the European Chess Union. A checkmate for connectivity.
This is a chess. This is a war. Everyone wants to be a winner. But the path to victory is lonely. Chess Robot, the smartest, most advanced AI chess robot. It turns chess into an exciting game of progression. Mastering 25 levels will transform you from a beginner to a grandmaster. Not into level ups, challenge the AI instead. Set the difficulty, make it breeze, or push it beyond your limits. It's incredibly smart, just like a max-level human. Equipped with a camera like an eye, Chess Robot combines advanced algorithms to capture every change on the chessboard and accurately pick up pieces with its robotic arm. Access the Planet Alliance function to connect and play chess online with friends from all over the world. Here you will find players of all skill levels. Flip the board and play as white. The candidate to get started. New to chess? We've got a better way. Chess Robot offers a variety of learning methods to help you improve. As you can see, Chess Robot provides various learning modules, including chess courses, AI practice, class game review, and off-book play. You'll level up your skills in no time. Let's start the endgame practice. featuring 145 carefully selected classic endgames. Now you have a greater chance to become a winner. This is Sense Robot. Today, chess all in AI.
Chess moves. Smart. Free eSIM, smarter. At Global Cell, we believe in empowering connection on and off the chessboard. That's why we've partnered with the European Chess Union to bring you a gift as strategic as the game itself. A free eSIM with 100 megabytes of data. Staying connected has never been this simple. Just scan the QR code, install your eSIM, and enjoy seamless global connectivity. Global Cell supports over 190 countries. Global Cell and the European Chess Union. A checkmate for connectivity.
We are back.
Welcome back, and we are here to witness the final moments of the first round.
Let's go to Savina versus Bodana. We have that game on the camera, rook and game. It seems that Bodana has misplayed it. We have her on the camera, so around here she was fighting very well, and then she became passive. Okay, it was complicated. She wanted to be active, but now it seems to me that she is struggling, but her opponent is super low time, Savina. So who knows what will happen? Rook b5 plate. The idea is to play rook b8. Maybe we can go full screen with the board. Yeah, this might give you a better view what's going on.
Yeah, it's actually quite more convenient like this, right? You see in 2D what's going on, and you see in real life in 3D how the players are acting, their reactions to some positions and so on. So I like this. We see an arbiter in the behind as well, counting how many tables are still active and when will dinner happen. And yeah, guys, as you know, we have quite some games still in progress. In top 10, we have board number 2 and board number 7. Teodora Injac struggling, and Anna Ushenina trying to finish her game on board number 7. And what about this end game?
Okay, so Bodana needs to sacrifice the rook and catch the f-pawn, but even that, I think she will lose. So I believe that it's quite tricky, but Savina just made a move, I don't know. Maybe only now she has realized that she played it on last 3 seconds, which is really
And Bodana played
risky.
very fast as well.
Okay, so the move has been played. King c4. And she's thinking.
Not allowing immediate queen b7, of course, but just postponing.
Rook a5. And now I don't see anything. What can go wrong for white? I think that's it. No way. Next move, rook a8, pawn a8 promotion, and that's it. Tough game for Bodana, but she's really underrated, at least in this championship.
Yeah, and she's what, 10 years old, so
Yeah. So she's
the
a
future
fighter.
is in front of her.
She's a fighter, and the way how she's fighting versus those super experienced players, I think Savina is already, yeah, she got used to it, to play versus her.
With the experience from last year.
Long, tough game.
Yeah. It's important not to underestimate your opponent, but of course we know that at the European Championship it's hard that you will get an opponent whom you can underestimate.
Savina is now aware. I don't know what will Bodana do, but it's really impressive. I don't know what to say more about her. She's really fabulous. How she's fighting, how she's playing. 10 years old, last year 9 years old.
Yeah, I try to come back in my mind to the time when I was 10 years old.
Now it's game over.
I was missing checkmate in one.
She
but
promotes. We can remove the port for a second that you see without the port, and we might have a resignation because now we'll come back to a5 and Bodana, I believe, will resign just right behind her. We have Slivichka playing that drone Ruksenki. I think Bodana is now about to resign. Okay, not yet. One more move. Rook a5 will be played. And that's it. But anyway, big respect, kudos, admiring how she plays. This is really awesome. Last year she started with, I think, something like 4 games without a loss. Okay, now playing by inertia. Although of course she's aware of it. Yeah, that she has misplayed it.
First 3 without the loss.
First
A
three.
draw in the first round, a win in the second, and a draw in the third. So she had 2 international masters and 1 woman international master in the first 3 rounds. So impressive. And yeah, let us remind you guys that last year she had a performance rating of 2220, and she was plus 73, which is incredible. She withstanded a lot of good players. She had 5 draws, 2 wins. So
Yeah, she's a disappointed here. She's playing till the checkmate, but the result is, of course, obvious. How is our Paul doing?
Well, I think that we have a lot of people who have voted, and most of you have voted for the second options, actually for not more than 5 upsets, which has shown to be not true. And the least of you have voted for the last option, which is basically the one that came up as true, with 14% as far as I'm seeing so far. And yeah, I guess nobody expected that many upsets.
Yes.
I didn't expect this many upsets as well.
Neither.
And we have a resignation, signing of the score sheets. So, final moments. The arbiter as well is near.
Yeah.
Any comments between Bogdana and
Yeah,
Anastasia?
she's a little
No.
bit devastated, but what to do? Anyway, big kudos, big respect. She's really doing fantastic stuff already in her short career. Being 10 years old, this is really
Impressive, yeah.
yeah, what to say more. Big respect. Okay, so that game is finished. Let's go to Wagner versus Bochnikova, because Bochnikova,
Board number 5.
it's another tough upset, or at least it's about to happen. Yeah, I think Black has organized her pieces fabulously. So I'm not sure, maybe it's a mother and a daughter. I was not sure, because the
I don't
age.
know.
Yeah, we can check the age, but they are both playing here.
Okay, so Simona is 18 years old.
Ah, sorry. Okay, my bad. Then they're
Then
sisters.
it's not possible.
Yeah, they're sisters.
Or not. Andrea is actually the older one, so
Okay, never mind.
maybe,
Yeah,
but okay.
We might find out somehow.
Yeah, but it's very likely that they are related anyhow. We will check for sure. But yes, this bishop on a8 is
Perfect.
beautifully just blocking everything. A very strong knight on e4. That pawn on c3 is giving you headaches as well, so not a great start for our top seeds. Teodora is still playing as well, even though it's not looking very nice, but still trying her best to save that rook endgame.
I was thinking, is there some kind of stalemate motif? This is possible.
Okay, but
It's not a stalemate.
yeah.
So somehow there's some bishop lands that you take with the bishop, but I couldn't find any way of some stalemate. So I don't know what is she up to. Why not king g6?
And we are approaching the second time trouble already.
Yep.
Yeah, king g6 just looks the most natural. You're also stopping some advancement ideas on the king side.
Okay, so Simona is thinking, and king g8.
G8. Okay.
Interesting. She didn't want to go up. Dinara reacts instantly. So the move which was played was king g4. And now how to push your passer. Knight d6, rook c8, but this one is always hanging, so I don't know how to.
And the rook is stuck on the 8th rank because you have rook c8 motives.
I'm not sure how to push. So she didn't want to go to g6. Interesting. I don't see now how she can move on.
What about some rook f8, maybe trying to at
I was
least
thinking
cut the
of
king?
That's a possibility. Okay, if I push.
Some knight f2 maybe is possible, and bishop f3, something like that.
Maybe I will come up with my king, but maybe it's possible. Yeah. Yeah, that might be a try, but she went for bishop d5. h4. Bishop e6 never can play because the bishop needs to be here. Probably she needs to go rook f8 to play for a checkmate. I believe that rook f8 is the only way.
Because there is no easy advancement of the c pawn, yeah?
Exactly. So rook f8, h5, you might get checkmated here somewhere. Okay, I cannot go with the rook, but now to prepare something. I don't know how.
Very interesting.
So how do we win? Which move to play now? Because my rook is stuck.
And what if I just simply... I was thinking about some rook a8 and c2 motives, for example.
Yeah, that might be a try. This is something I should win. But knight f2 played. Another option. Knight wants to go to d1, I believe.
Okay, but then the king comes closer and...
Okay, but knight d1 is sort of improvement because you're also targeting e3.
e3, yeah.
Yeah, although knight is a bit far from the action. I don't know.
In the meantime, Teodora has lost, so this is the biggest upset of the round for sure. Board number 2.
So
Very unfortunately, yeah.
So let's just check here with the camera. What a game. Is she aware? What do you think? Let's go with the beauty camera, our broad view.
I'm sure that she realized it very quickly after she played it, maybe on move 40, but that is like the last possible moment that when she realized.
I'm so curious.
So unfortunate. And a huge, huge win for Anastasia. Will this boost her tournament? Will this give her the motivation that she needs to make miracles? We'll see.
Okay, let's get back. So, Dinara, we are following that game. Knight went to d1, but now it's not clear at all. Ushenina is winning. Vidic, Tea versus Kolbasa, it will be a draw. So this is a dead draw, I believe. Varga versus Slivichka the same. Toncheva has managed to turn the tables. Let's stay to that board. Let's find the camera of that game.
Toncheva is board number 31, which is basically camera number 1.
Okay, the move just played. Let's get the board up.
And her opponent is only 12 or 13 years old, which is also very young. But unfortunately, she didn't manage to hold that nice position that she had, which is where the experience comes, yeah?
Yep. So what's going on? Played on the last 2 seconds. Toncheva is having 2 minutes.
95.
Not the best move, but playable.
But maybe the most natural one, right?
Yep.
You want to bring as many pieces as possible, improve your own pieces, and
yep.
we might have some interesting turn of events in Dinara's game.
Yeah, just briefly to check, it seems that she lost the plan. But let's stay with Toncheva because she's really long time, many things still there. Ushenina won the game.
Well, her
We can go with
opponent,
the camera there to show you.
Yeah, board number
the
7.
board.
full screen.
Yep. Complicated game, but in the end, Ushenina prevailed.
Exactly. So another top seed managed not to get upset in the first round. We have so many interesting results. A long day in the office for Ekaterini. The interesting position, guys, if you remember, we had some G5 problems over there. Some interesting motives along the H file, but
Yeah, let's get the camera to Toncheva because still I see it's a big mess. Let's get the board. So what's going on here?
the king came on G6. Okay.
1 minute on the clock. She can take on A5.
On A5, yeah?
Yeah,
Looks simple,
probably
or not?
she's not sure that she will win this. She can also include knight F8, but then king G7.
It would just be an exchange.
Okay, and maybe this you won't be able to win. Okay, maybe rook A7. But anyway, like you find a way. So that's something bothering her. She took on A5, takes. Will she take on F8? And what do you think? Maybe
I think
it's better maybe not to take.
yeah, I believe she wouldn't have this exchange on the board.
So rook A5 or knight F8.
The moment of truth.
Yeah, I would say she would take on A5, although knight F8 is very tempting.
exchange one more piece or not? To be or not to be?
Rook a5. Now I believe bishop a6 is the move. So rook takes a5. Just to remind you, Toncheva has qualified, or I think she was in top 10. Yes.
Well,
yes.
yep, she was number 7, yeah.
Sharing the second place.
Yeah. This European Championship is a very lucky tournament for her, because we remember that she had a great tournament 2023. She took the qualifying spot even then. Last year she finished 7th, which is a great result, and she's in the top of the strong Bulgarian women's chess. Fighting for that spot in the national team.
Bishop h6, now she's thinking, I don't know where to go. Knight e5 probably is the first candidate move, she will go for it. Knight e5, 1 minute on the clock is ticking. 50 seconds, Rida is on 54. 45 seconds, and she took on f3.
Okay, so do you play some bishop a3 now, or how do you try to defend?
Okay, bishop e3 is the move for sure. But also she's thinking about d3. No, d3, knight e5, king f6. Yeah, this is bad. So bishop e3, 10 seconds, bishop d2.
Bishop d2.
Okay.
So she wants to put it on c3.
c3, yeah.
Okay. And in the meantime, Dinara made a draw.
Really? Let's get the board. Let's go there. So just briefly to check.
They have just finished.
So that's
okay. I'm very interested to see what happened.
so she went for this line.
Wait.
Oh.
Okay, we just got the board.
And it was a perpetual mechanism.
Okay, I'm sure Simona is happy with the draw because she played with Dinara, but do you think maybe the critical moment was putting the king back on g8 instead of g6?
Yeah, I believe the king g6 was more logical around. So here, when was it? Here to go up, king g4, and now maybe to find some way to go for a checkmate. Maybe now some.
Maybe she was afraid of the checkmate herself, but
maybe some rook f8, h4, and now something.
knight f2 maybe.
Yeah. It's rook f3 maybe. This means probably. Yeah, I think king g6 was much more. Yeah, I'm just rechecking now. Yeah, rook f8 and that's it. So king g7, I'm just checking now. So king g8 was a mistake. King g6 much better, sorry. King g6 much better, king g8. And then it was not so simple. Maybe it's wrong. It's equal. So who knows? Yeah.
Okay, a great save for Dinara.
Yeah, so let's see what do we have else. Toncheva, who knows what the last second, let's go back with the camera there. 40 seconds. Okay, Toncheva seems to be winning now. Piece knocked. Adjusting it. 40 seconds.
Yeah, guys, this is the important why you cannot play the moves on your last second, because it can often happen that you drop a piece, knock a piece, and then you don't have the time to pick it up. Sounds very silly, but happens quite a lot, yeah?
Okay, now I believe that Nadia will find a way. Maybe E7.
In the meantime, actually, we got some insight from the chat that Andrea is Simona's mother, and that she also has a son and an international master, Vladimir Puchnitska as well.
Yeah, thanks Matthias for that.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah. So strong chess family. Nice to hear.
And we've learned something new as well.
Nadia seems to be confident that she's just winning. King G6, she's thinking where to go to push E7. To go knight E5, first check. And then to push E7. I think she will do that. She will give check and then push E7. In the meantime, we have some more results. Not many games are in progress.
Yeah, quite a few are left actually. We still have Teodora playing holding versus Olivia Kielbasa. We have Slivichka in a drawish position. Nadia we're following. Natalia Zhukova seems to be losing. Or at least the engine bar says so. So this will be a huge upset as well.
So how many upsets, what would you say?
Oof. For sure more than 10.
Okay.
But I don't know, I think we have at least 10 draws. So, and we have witnessed a few upsets live on the camera. There have been some that we haven't noticed probably. 15 at least. Maybe even more.
Claudia Coulon lost?
See?
Really?
See, maybe something that we didn't even notice. Board number 10.
She was like better. This is crazy. She was sort of winning. Okay, it was a mess. Okay, she's better here. Then she's better. Okay, still a little bit better. Moving back and forth, okay.
Oh.
Knight E6 was missed.
And suddenly there are some mating nets, huh?
F6, F7 coming. If you take
Okay.
F6 and you cannot even play this, probably can.
Wait.
No, hang on. King F6.
And you cannot escape, and King H7? I'm just taking and then a checkmate. Okay.
Ooh, what the tricky tactics by Bozena. So Claudia got...
And look, check the clock situation. She had only 1 minute here.
Yeah, super tricky resource. If you go here, checkmate. And if you... Yeah, If you look
Tactics on point.
here, really, to win this game, Božena is so tricky player.
Congratulations.
Yeah, tough loss for Claudia. Tončeva still playing.
We have a lot of
20
wins.
seconds. Yeah.
A lot of wins with white pieces. Most of the upsets that happened.
Okay, which is logical.
Yeah, but still. And Natalia Zhukova has just lost.
Yeah, I met her at the lunch. How are you? And so on and so on. And I recall last year she was running a marathon. And this year Rhodes marathon is, you know, on which day? On a free day.
Ah, okay, so she can run again.
Yeah. I might join as well, I will see.
Okay.
That marathon, 5 kilometers, it's 5K, is fine.
Is it a marathon with 5 kilometers?
Okay, then might be a little bit bigger challenge.
Dana Kuchavi has also lost, which is yet another upset. Okay. Anything else that we have missed? Let me just see. Beloslava has made a draw.
Well, she managed to save that one.
Okay. Madara Golsta, also another girl that came with the same flight as me yesterday, she managed to win. Versus Manon Shipke, if I'm pronouncing this right, but it's almost 300 elo difference, and with black pieces. So congratulations to her. Then what else? Maria Kozma we have mentioned.
Yeah, here it's game over, Rook F8 and promotion, and that's it. Tončeva is winning.
So basically in the top 10 boards we have more upsets than the regular expected results. This is amazing. I mean, amazingly interesting to follow, but not amazing for the players, of course, but for us following makes it a bit more interesting.
So she promoted a pawn. Yeah,
So we're
rook d8,
expecting
and that's it.
handshake.
Yep. Yes. Okay, so let's switch the camera. So let's find something interesting. Slivichka, this will be a draw. I think we have them on the camera. Not much is happening. Let me try to find something more interesting. Okay, Mihaela Sandu is having an interesting position. And hang on. What is that? Smetanska.
How many pawns?
Yeah, let's get. Do we have them at the camera?
Maybe. Let me see which
Yeah, that's
board
it.
is this?
That's it. Two, 4, 5 versus 2 and the knight. A bit crazy. Looks scary, but white is the one winning. So it seems that black cannot push her pawns.
And especially when you have 30 seconds on the clock, I
Would be
wouldn't be
fine.
so sure about the evaluation on the game.
Yeah, but it's probably true now. This move just wins, I believe.
Either
Okay,
the
she
pawn
can-
on e5 or the
she
pawn on
can
b3.
start with maybe 7 or not.
Knight d7, you drop the pawn on b3, so somehow
Yeah.
it becomes a bit more clear, yeah?
No, but then my king is coming. So I'm not sure that that you should allow it. So she took with the king, okay. Knight d7, if I'm not mistaken. Rook b7.
Play it immediately.
But now after rook c5, after knight c5, rook c7, I believe, just wins. So she's catching everything, and this is a huge asset. Teodora has made a draw, I believe.
Seems like. Let me just check which board she was on. 24.
We have Slivichka
Yeah, they made a draw.
and Slivichka the same versus Varga, I believe.
So many draws in the
Yeah.
first round.
So
Whoa.
we have only a few games left. And here rook c7 just wins. Yeah. And now knight e6. There is no d7, rook e7 probably. d7 king f8, so this is a mistake. So maybe rook e7 first. You see, we can see the playing hall. It's sort of,
I think only
Empty,
4
yes.
more games, yeah?
yeah, only 4 more games.
So many upsets. I can't remember the last time there was a tournament with so many upsets in the first round, yeah? It will be interesting to see tomorrow the statistics, actually, how many
Let's
upsets
get
we
the
had.
board back. So just briefly check what will black do. Yeah, rook e7, the most precise. So let's get the camera of that game. Not that one, but yeah. Rook e7. Now I don't see a move.
Yeah, you cannot defend. The knight on e6. If you have to move it, then you cannot defend the pawn on e5.
But that's not the position, I believe. This is another word. We need to find another. This is another camera. Let's find the right.
47 is camera number 7.
Yeah, that's the one. And here d7 will be played, and that's it. We can go full screen because I expect resignation to happen. Okay, she will still play. Okay, I forgot about this option, but it doesn't change much.
I just take on e5.
No need, maybe king c2, for example.
And you collect it with the
But
king.
rook e5 is probably also good enough, but yeah,
Rook
she can-
e8 maybe as well.
Yeah, but
with
let's get
d8.
the board. I forgot about this knight b7 move, but probably everything wins. Yeah, we can get the board.
Sometimes it's not so easy to choose which one of the winning continuations to play when you think that everything is winning and suddenly you do not know what to play and you start playing fast and making a mistake. I'm not saying that this will happen in this game, of course, but especially on the level of European Championship, but we saw that someone can miss mate in 2 as well, so you never know until the end of the game. Teodora is a very high-class player, so we're not doubting her strength and her skills, of course. This just shows that we're human and we're not yet AIs and robots, so we are prone to mistakes.
Yeah, but there is a chess robot. See the commercial?
Yeah.
Very cool thing. Okay, so king f8 played, rook e8 I believe, rook e5. Okay, rook e5 is the most successful. Take on e5, she will collect the pawn. Rook takes e5 I believe. Ah, but she can play rook e8, rook b8. I forgot about that option. Rook e8, rook b8. The clock is ticking. Is she aware that she's playing on the last?
She plays so slowly, yeah.
I'm not sure that she was aware.
Maybe not.
She made the move in the last 50 seconds, but she was not checking the clock at all. So I'm not sure that she was fully aware.
By the way, she's very young. She's only 15 or maybe even 14.
Oh.
So
That explains.
definitely an asset for the future of Polish chess. And they're actually the same age, both of the opponents.
Cool.
And interesting information. So probably the last seconds, the king is approaching.
Yeah, two more games. We have one rook and a bishop, and one which is a dead draw. So h5. I think now she can go rook b8, and that's it. Okay, we have finished game. Mihaela Sandu, what did she do? She won.
Board number 55. It was a draw.
Draw.
Yet
Yeah,
another
shaky.
upset.
Shaky start for her. Let's get the camera back, because here Victoria is playing on last 40 seconds, and okay, she noticed that rook b8 was played, and that's a winning.
Probably a handshake will come, yeah.
Yeah, now it's just done deal.
Both of them are aware, of course. They seem very calm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, handshake.
The clock is stopped.
Very tough games here in the European Championship.
What a start of the tournament.
Worse, she was better, worse. It was some King's Indian, then she was worse, better, worse. Probably much worse now. Sort of lost and managed to win the game in the end. Activity. Okay, that was a big mess. Really big mess. And then white prevailed. Let's see. Fiona. Okay, this one is probably just a dead draw. We have two cameras, so maybe we should stick to this one. Yeah, we have it. Fiona Zieber. Zieber said Fiona is trying to win, but it doesn't look. Yeah, thanks for all positive comments
Yeah,
we are getting.
we are very happy to provide you the insight from the playing hall, from Rhodes, of course. That's why we're here. And we're happy when you're watching us. And when we see that the numbers are getting up of the live viewers, it means that you're following and that you're supporting the women's chess as well. So we are very happy about that. And we're also happy when you're providing us some information that we don't know and that we can share it and learn something.
Yeah.
For example, about the chess families, right?
Yeah, sure, do it. So what's going on here? Is it time that white forces a draw? Maybe it is. Rook h3 played. Okay. Many possible ways. Rook a4, I believe, still works. If you take king a5, and I don't see anything else beside the draw. Okay, you can go back. It will be a draw. I don't know, any move. So king b5 played. Okay, also a decent option. Rook a3, but she wants to go for a rook and a bishop. Okay, now again, this will last forever.
I also see that the voting has closed. The
okay.
poll is done, so we have 328 votes saying that nobody will believe that we will have so many upsets, basically. So yeah, this is such a surprise for us guys as well. I wouldn't have ever thought that we will have more than 10 so important upsets.
Crazy, really, yeah. Let's check that this one has something changed. Yeah, thanks for the kind words. Yeah,
Highly appreciated.
Exactly, and be with us tomorrow as well. We are starting at the same time. It's 3 p.m. local time, but it's GMT +2 Greece. I don't know about your countries and daylight saving time.
Yeah, we had a recent change.
So take this also into consideration, but basically all the days we are here, maybe just to reveal about the FIDE.
Yeah, the FIDE is on Sunday.
After 6th round.
FIDE is on Sunday, 6th of April.
Yeah, just after the 6th round, well, some things will be more clear. Who is there, who is leading. Regarding issue events, yeah, European individual championship, European men or open and women now. There is at the same time European senior team championship starting few days in Poland.